watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look from our Skyfox drone showing the demolition underway this morning of the Pulse Nightclub site off Esther Street in Orlando. This process has been going on for a couple of hours now after nearly 10 years since that tragedy. We're checking in again with Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie, who joins us live this morning. Amanda, we know you've been out there all morning following this work being done. It's kind of striking to see how quickly that building has really been reduced to a pile of rubble after standing there for all that time.
Oh, absolutely. In just 2 hours, excavators were able to take down really the whole building. We can't even see it from where we're standing anymore because it is all behind this 8-foot tall construction fence, but you can still see these excavators moving in the background here. And then from the drone, you can probably get a better bird's eye view of what's going on behind the fence. Now, this is something that's happened quickly today, but all of that rubble will still take several weeks to clear from this area following today's demolition, which the city has also dubbed a controlled dismantling. This has been 10 years in the making since that horrible tragedy 10 years ago on June 12th, 2016, when a shooter went into the Pulse Nightclub around 2 a.m. and opened fire, killing 49 people, injuring 53 others. And it went on for hours. It was a standoff. There were hostages involved, and ultimately law enforcement blew out part of a wall to get in there where gunfire was exchanged and the shooter was killed. It was a chaotic scene 10 years ago. Many of the wounded were helping their friends get out of the club, and just down the road, less than half a mile away, you can even see the hospital from here. They tried by foot and by car, any way possible, to get their injured friends the help and care that they needed. But so many folks were just brutally injured and fatally shot. One thing that will stick with me forever is the information we received from law enforcement that the cell phones belonging to the victims inside would just ring and ring and ring for hours from loved ones trying to get a hold of them that morning and until the batteries finally died. We had an opportunity to speak with a survivor here today, as well as city officials. Patty Sheehan, she has been very heavily involved with the memorial and planning and grieving alongside many of the survivors and family members of victims. Take a listen to what she had to say this morning.
I mean, this is where those 49 souls perished. I know that there was a lot of discussion during the committee about whether to keep the building or not. They followed Valencia Peace and Justice Institute rules of engagement, and they really worked with each other in a respectful way and came up with a memorial that I feel is really going to, it really honors and it's beautiful.
The city was only just able to get involved in the memorial planning process about a year and a half ago when they purchased the property. Up until then, the One Pulse Foundation had been in charge of fundraising and planning, but alleged mismanagement of funds ultimately ended up with the One Pulse Foundation being dismembered and to no longer exist. So the city of Orlando has taken over. At last check-in, about 30% of the planning for the memorial has been completed, and they are expecting that planning phase to be done by the fall of this year to then start construction. And then the goal is to have that permanent memorial completed by the fall of 2027. You can still hear and see a lot of this demolition happening behind me. The city says people are welcome to come out to this area to witness what is happening here today. This is on the corner of Orange and Esther Street. Part of the road had been blocked off for traffic and safety reasons, but if you do choose to come out, you're asked to stay a safe distance away, and the city is also providing grief counselors on site. Reporting live in Orlando, Amanda McKenzie, Fox 35 News.
Amanda, has there been a crowd out there throughout the morning of people coming to see what's happening?
Yes, if you can look down a little bit, you may not be able to see as clearly from where I'm standing now, but the parking lot for the Dunkin' Donuts here has been where most people have congregated. We have spoken with community members, community leaders, several members from a church who had been part of the grieving and counseling for people affected by this tragedy. We spoke with a survivor. Members of law enforcement were here as well. So it is one of those milestones, as Mayor Buddy Dyer put it, to see the building finally come down after all of these years. It had really become an eyesore. It was not structurally sound. It was also, in an eerie way, still very much preserved since that tragic night when it was Latin night and folks were just gathering inside for a nice, fun night out. Inside, there were still chandeliers intact, and you could still see bullet holes in the walls. Many of those artifacts from inside had been removed prior to all of this deconstruction and demolition, so those have now been stored in a warehouse to be preserved, to possibly be used for the permanent memorial, along with that Pulse Nightclub sign that was taken down just 1 week ago.
Yeah, eerily frozen in time for nearly a decade in a lot of ways. Now, just kind of walk us through what we know of the process and what you've seen out there today. We see crews spraying hoses on the debris. We know crews have been out there since, 7 o'clock this morning doing some of this work. So just walk us through kind of what has been going on to get to this point this morning.
Well, crews had even been out here yesterday, really just prepping, getting in position, getting the equipment ready. They were out here early this morning around 7 o'clock, getting the hoses in position. The water is really to help make sure that the dust and the hazardous debris don't get into the air and cause any problems, because this is, a dirty job. And they have worked very efficiently. So those excavators really took down the first wall quite quickly and then went after the roof and then the other supporting parts of that structure. So it came down much faster than they predicted. They thought that this might take about 3 hours. It really took about 2, and now it's just a matter of organizing the rubble so that it can all eventually be cleared away from this site and then begin that next step, which is hopefully construction when all the plans are approved and the permits are issued.
Yeah, part of a transformation of that site to that permanent memorial that has certainly been a long time coming. Fox 35's Amanda McKenzie, we appreciate you joining us live from that site this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you.
And before we go to break here, just to show you what we're talking about here, the impact of so many lives, 49 people whose lives were taken on that night nearly 10 years ago. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Fox 35 Orlando Facebook page as well. Continuing to monitor demolition at the Pulse Nightclub site this morning. But I want to let you know some of the other things that we have going on for you today here on Fox 35 News Plus. Bit of a busy day here. A number of things happening locally and also on Capitol Hill that we are watching today. Several of them right here. Confirmation hearing for Senator Markwayne Mullin, who has been nominated by President Trump as the new secretary for the Department of Homeland Security. He's hoping to replace Kristi Noem in that role. We just heard from Senator Rick Scott just a couple of minutes ago, having the chance to question Markwayne Mullin. The hearing's supposed to last 3 to 4 hours. This is a confirmation hearing in front of the Senate Homeland Security Committee. So Florida's Senator Rick Scott and Ashley Moody both sit on that panel. So we expect to hear from both of them in this hearing. Again, we did hear from Rick Scott just a couple of minutes ago. We'll play those back and forth for you coming up a little bit later. Also this afternoon, a procession for the body of Major Cody Khork. He is a Polk County native and an Army Reserve soldier who was serving in Kuwait, one of 4 U.S. service members in Kuwait, to be killed in a retaliatory strike in the initial hours after the launch of Operation Epic Fury in the Middle East. He's returning home today. His body will arrive at the Lakeland Linder Airport in Polk County later this afternoon around 1 o'clock. There's supposed to be an escort where military and law enforcement escort his body from that airport to the funeral home. There's a route as well that we expect people to be out there and showing their support. So we're going to have live coverage of that coming up a little bit later this afternoon. 1 o'clock is when that's supposed to, about 1 o'clock is when that's supposed to get underway. So we'll be checking in on that in our 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock hours as well. We also expect to hear from Attorney General James Uthmeier later today, holding a news conference about the dangers of social media and really what parents need to look out for on those platforms, whether it's on video game platforms, whether it's social media, whatever the case may be. Many of those things that kids now have access to have some sort of social component. You know, your social media platforms aren't just Facebook anymore. There are so many things that have chat functions or social media kind of functions in them. And so that's one of the things that we hear the Attorney General talk a lot about, is parents needing to know what to watch out for. So he's in Sarasota County, Uthmeier is, and he'll be holding that news conference a little bit later today. That's scheduled for 1 o'clock, and we'll be checking in on that coming up later this afternoon. We are also watching a spacewalk. Let me give you a live look right now outside the International Space Station, where a spacewalk is underway. Started around 8 o'clock, so we're about 3 hours in for something that could last about 6 hours. NASA astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams outside the ISS right now. They are preparing a power channel that will allow for a installation of a solar array. Just absolutely kind of mind-blowing images to see as these 2 astronauts spend several hours outside the ISS working on that project. This is Chris Williams' first spacewalk. It's Meir's 4th. They've got a lot of experience with it, and we'll be checking in on this over the next little bit as well. So a lot going on today, and we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now, and just another chilly morning out there.
Oh yeah, sweatshirt weather out there for sure. We are going to see a bigger bump in temperatures compared to yesterday. We didn't quite break the record cold. I'm not complaining, but we only missed the record by like 1 degree. So
too close for comfort.
Exactly. So when it comes to today, we will be noticeably better and warmer temperature-wise. We'll make it to 69 to be exact today, so not quite up to 70. But with the help of a mostly sunny sky for the majority of us. We are going to be seeing temperatures jump into the upper 60s to near 70 degrees. Again, a couple of clouds, especially across areas south and east of I-4. We have a slightly better chance of seeing some of these clouds, but overall temperatures in the mid and upper 60s, in the mid 60s across the beaches. So not the best beaching weather out there. If you're maybe wanting to go for a walk or a run, not a bad idea, but a light jacket maybe is not, a light jacket might be needed for some. So we'll see a high of 64 in Daytona Beach, 65 New Smyrna, 69 even in Orlando and Bithlo, 67 in Sanford. So across the board, we're going to be about 10 degrees below normal as far as those temperatures go. When it comes to tomorrow, more of the same, just a little warmer, and it won't start off quite as chilly either. That being said, we do have a couple of coastal showers we'll be watching for, mostly in Brevard County, but a couple of these could sneak into, say, Eastern Orange and also Osceola County. This will start tomorrow morning as early as, say, 7 or 8 a.m., so around sunrise. We'll likely see these kind of ebb and flow, like maybe a bit of a break towards midday in the early afternoon before another wave kind of moves in towards tomorrow late afternoon and evening. So a couple of sprinkles, spotty showers will be possible, but again, mostly near the coast. It will help, though, to bring some clouds, so not the sunniest of days. We'll see that kind of depart, though, as we get closer towards the end of the week, meaning Friday. So tomorrow's high will be 73, up to 76 by Friday, and then a high of 80 by Saturday. So it does really improve quite a bit. And the weekend really couldn't be a whole lot better. Highs in the low middle 80s. It's going to be gorgeous. A sight for sore eyes, I think, truly, after we've had a couple of weekends in a row that have been kind of crummy in terms of rain or some chilly temperatures, and we really won't have our next decent shot at some rain until Tuesday of next week. But I mean, low 80s, sunshine. It's not going to be terribly humid either. We can handle this, but it's up and down roller coaster ride. Hopefully this is the last time we're going down the hill for a while.
Let's hope. Welcome in the first official day of spring.
Yes.
And really get to enjoy the weekend once that warm up kind of takes hold.
Yes, definitely. And I think that's some spring breakers will finally be happy too.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe at the tail end of their spring break.
At the end of the trip, but hey, it's something. It'll get better. It's just going to be a little chilly in the mornings mostly.
All right, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson, thanks for joining us. And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look right now at Daytona Beach from our Hard Rock Hotel camera. Keep it here. We'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is FBI Director Kash Patel, who is testifying right now on Capitol Hill in another hearing that we are watching closely, and this is the Senate Intelligence Committee. That's Senator John Cornyn of Texas, having the chance to ask some questions of Tulsi Gabbard and other U.S. intelligence officials, obviously FBI Director Patel, the director of the CIA, the National Security Agency, the Defense Intelligence Agency. So a number of intelligence leaders testifying on Capitol Hill today about worldwide threats. This is an annual hearing that happens on the House and the Senate side. The Senate having their worldwide threat assessment hearing today, the House having theirs tomorrow. This comes after some closed-door hearings on the same issue earlier this week. So we are monitoring that as well and keeping an eye on that. In fact, let's go ahead and listen in for a couple of minutes as this hearing continues on Capitol Hill.
States literally unvetted. And there are examples of individuals within that 190,000 who have committed terrorist attacks against the United States and against American citizens. Is that the sort of thing that you are investigating with HSI?
Senator, that's one of the many things we're investigating with HSI, DHS, CBP, ICE.
Give me some other examples of the collaboration on what other topics, including in addition to terrorism attacks.
What we're allowed to do with our DHS partners, Senator, is enable their massive workforce to supplement ours. And what they're allowed to do is share intelligence on what things that you just talked about the 100,000+ illegals that came in from Afghanistan during the Afghanistan withdrawal. Unfortunately, they weren't vetted thoroughly. So what we're doing is going back with our DHS partners and vetting absolutely every single one of them to the best that we can. But unfortunately, we're not able to go out into the country and find every single one of these individuals. But we need more than 12,000 FBI agents to do that job, which is why we are utilizing the 100,000 or so 1811s at the Department of Homeland Security to give us the information they have from their immigration records, from their travel records, from their travel logs overseas and within the country. And what we're able to do is remove these individuals off the streets in every single state across the country, to include violent gang members, to include Trende Aragua, to include ISIS-affiliated individuals, to include Al-Qaeda-related affiliated individuals. And hopefully we do it before and not after, like the tragedy that we witnessed in Washington, D.C., where an individual from Afghanistan was allowed to enter into our country and shot multiple members of our uniformed military service.
Thank you.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do need to point out, in response to some of the previous comments, twice in the last 2 weeks, as recently as last Thursday, Senator Patty Murray, the Appropriations Committee, put a bill on the floor that would have fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, and the Coast Guard for the rest of the year, leaving the focus on the dispute that we have with the conduct of ICE as separately. So inexplicably to me, that bill was blocked by my Republican colleagues. It would have, as I say, fully funded TSA, FEMA, CISA, Coast Guard, and then focus the attention on the situation with ICE. So I just want to be clear on who's blocking funding for those 4 agencies. I'd like to ask Ms. Gabbard and Director Ratcliffe, Director, both of you, were either of you in the room or your designees when the President was making the final decision about taking this action against Iran on February 27th, 28th? Was there an intelligence committee, intelligence community present in those deliberations? Mr. Ratcliffe, your response?
Senator King, probably in dozens and dozens of briefings with the President. I don't know if there was a single meeting where there was a single time where a decision was made.
Were those dozens of meetings right during the lead up to this war? I know you've met many times, but I'm talking about it in the 2 weeks or so before the decision to go into Iran was made.
Again, countless meetings with the President.
During that period?
During that period.
Director Gabbard, were you present in those discussions?
Likewise, yes.
The reason I'm asking the question is there seems to be a discrepancy between what the Intelligence Committee community has reported over the years And what the president has said in terms of his of this action, for example, Senator Wyden read the report from a year ago that strikes against neighboring states and action to close the Strait of Hormuz was predicted by the intelligence community. And yet the president says nobody knew. And my question is, did you tell him? Anybody want to answer that question?
Senator, I'll answer the question. So with regard to briefings, the president gets briefings constantly about intelligence. Now, the comments that you talked about, I had not heard, but what I can tell you is that Iran had specific plans to hit U.S. interests in energy sites across the region, and that's why the Department of War and the Department of State took measures for force protection and personnel protection in advance of Operation Epic Fury. I think that's what's most important.
Any predictions to the president about the Strait of Hormuz? All you got to do is look at a map, and you'll see that the vulnerability of the Strait of Hormuz. Was that part of the briefing, Director Gabbard?
I think the Director Ratcliffe made the point here is that this has long been an assessment of the IC, that Iran would likely hold the Strait of Hormuz as leverage.
And my question is, was that communicated to the president in the lead up to this action?
And it's because of that long-standing assessment that the IC has continued to report that the Department of War took the preemptive planning measures that it did.
Well, they've stated that they did not plan for the Strait of Hormuz. The president said, who knew that was going to happen? Anyway, let's move on. Does the president take a daily brief from the intelligence community? This is a yes or no question, I think.
Yeah, the president, I would say, Senator, in my estimation, on average, I brief the President of the United States on intelligence probably on average 10 to 15 times a week, where I have conversations with him about specific, discrete issues. Sometimes there are dedicated sessions that last hours in length. Sometimes I'm briefing him on specific issues, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day. But I would say on average, my interactions where I'm briefing the president on important national security matters happens probably on average 10 to 15 times per week.
Thank you. Could you update us on the intelligence on Russian intelligence sharing with Iran in the current conflict? What do we know?
Senator, if there is that sharing going on, that would be an answer that would be appropriate for a closed session.
Well, it's been in the public press. This is open source that it's occurring. Is it occurring?
Again, if it is occurring, that would be an answer appropriate for a closed session. What I can tell you is that according to the Department of War, any support that Iran may be receiving is not inhibiting their operational effects.
Okay, that's sort of the first cousin of a yes, I guess. According to intelligence analysis, can regime change or the elimination of the estimated 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium be accomplished without boots on the ground?
Senator, the discussion about the Iranian nuclear capability, we intend in the closed session to talk about that in great deal. With regards to revealing any information about the ability to do that, I would have to defer that to closed session.
Okay, I'll see you in an hour. Finally, there was very little, if anything, in the report, in the assessment about climate change, and that's been in past reports. There is a lot of discussion about migration. The estimates are that climate migrants, because of the changes in the climate and the atmosphere, and particularly in the center equatorial area of the Earth, will range from 200 million to 1 billion people by 2050. Do you believe that is a national security threat that should be addressed? The Syrian refugees were about 6 million, and they upset the politics of Europe for several years. We're talking about 200 million to 1 billion people on the move. I believe that's something we should be discussing and that the intelligence community should be assessing. Director Gabbard?
Yes, Senator, there are a number of drivers of things like migration. It would be an extensive and voluminous annual threat assessment if we included every single one. This annual threat assessment is focused, again, on the priorities laid out by the President's national security strategy and on the effects that we can take action, operational action, to protect U.S. interests.
Well, I would suggest combating climate change is something we can take action on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
On the matter of media reports about Russian or Chinese collaboration with Iran, I would point out that the media is not a classification authority. And that kind of story, whether true or not, might be better suited for the FBI to investigate on whether there's been unlawful disclosures of classified information. I would also say it sounds like something Russia and China would do. Communist Russia used to do it during the Cold War, and Communist China has always done stuff like that. On the Patty Murray legislation, not only would it have defunded ICE and CBP, it would have also defunded Homeland Security investigations, which do critical work on our streets to protect our communities from financial crimes, from predators, from transnational gangs as well. So while we would all like to see the TSA and the Coast Guard and other critical parts of Homeland Security as well, we do not want to defund the police, this time the immigration police. Senator Moran.
Chairman, thank you. I believe that it's in the U.S.'s national interest, our security interest, for Ukraine to be successful in defeating the Russian invasion. I'm concerned with the consequences of Operation Epic Fury on that ability of Ukraine to succeed in defending its borders. And General Adams, in broad terms, not necessarily, not classified terms, what are the consequences to the supply chain, to the capability of the United States to supply NATO allies and Ukraine as a result of Operation Epic Fury? My question is that usual problem of how do we do both? Are we doing both? Is U.S. support maintained or diminished for Ukraine as a result of Epic Fury?
Senator, thank you for that question, and we do continue to, beyond Epic Fury, observe what is happening across the world in crises like Russia and Ukraine. Unfortunately for the situation there now, just based on the force composition and the delta between the Russian forces and the Ukrainian forces, the advantage is to the Russians. As we get into the classified hearing, we can talk a little more specifically about the items with regards to supply chain and with regards to the information that the Defense Intelligence Agency collects. We look at the foreign threat and what their capabilities are from a multi-int perspective. We look a little bit less at friendly capabilities. Now I would defer questions with regards to U.S. supply chain limitations with regards to logistics and the effort that the Secretary of War is having with regards to trying to boost the U.S. Defense Industrial Base. I would defer those to the Department to discuss.
Well, General, please be prepared for the classified session for me to continue to pursue this. I mean, our supply chain issues are not classified in the sense that every hearing I'm in as a defense appropriator has officials from the Department of Defense testifying about the need for further assistance. And really, I'm asking for the facts of what...
Continuing to listen in to that hearing on worldwide threats, but I want to go ahead and get you to the confirmation hearing of Markwayne Mullin, because Senator Ashley Moody is getting the chance to ask some questions. Her time has just begun. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Talking about Americans trusting their local law enforcement, I think that is true. I think that's one of the reasons, as the Attorney General in Florida, I worked so closely with our law enforcement, our local law enforcement, to make sure we were triaging our resources and going after really bad people that wanted to harm our community in a way to make our state safer. And part of doing that is we supported them. We made sure that they had resources, they had more the support behind them, they knew that we had their backs. I'm proud that Florida was the first state to have every single county sign up to work with the federal government, because we were dealing with an unprecedented situation following the last administration where you had people working with radicals in that administration to destroy the border, roll out a welcome mat to everyone, and has left our nation reeling from an unprecedented surge of people we don't know who are here, many of which, before they even got here, had committed crimes and have committed crimes since. The way to recover and shore up our communities is to work with, in partnership, local law enforcement who have an expertise in their communities. And it is disheartening to me, not just as a former attorney general or as a former prosecutor, but as the wife of a law enforcement officer and someone that worked very closely with them, it wrecks me to hear them refer to law enforcement in general, especially some of the men and women that serve currently in the Department of Homeland Security, as breaking into people's homes and shooting Americans. And I think we can all acknowledge that we want law enforcement to meet professional standards, to act with the public safety in mind, to comply with the law. But we do not have to disparage an entire profession of men and women who put their lives on the line for you and for everyone in this room, and said that they were going to dedicate their professional careers to stand on that line and put their safety behind yours. When President Trump got in office, so many of these states on the Democratic side said, I will never work with that man to come in and correct and rid the communities of people that are going to do it harm. We won't. In Minnesota, the first thing they said, I will never help that person. I won't lift a finger, the Attorney General said. So in Florida, where you have 67 out of 67 counties signing up, tell me what I can do to help you. In Minnesota, they had like 7 of 87. Does that surprise anyone? No, because their state leader said, we will not help you. We will not go after the most dangerous in our communities. Have at it. See how it goes. We won't lift a finger. And when the administration says we are dealing with an unprecedented situation, 11 to 20 million people, that's never happened in the history of our country, how do we do this? We need to make sure we're focusing on triaging and getting people out that we know may do harm to our communities. They're like, what are you talking about? You can't have quotas. They won't talk about the quotas where they said we're put to Border Patrol, push more and more and more and more in. However you need to do it. Don't tell us how we can stop this influx or this surge. Tell us how we can push more in. They won't talk about that. And they want to tell you about focusing on children that are here, that are now here. Yes, you need to do that. As somebody that has pushed to protecting children and fought against trafficking with law enforcement's help, yes, you need to do that. But I loved how you said, let's talk about the tens of thousands of children that the federal government helped traffic under the Biden administration that we lost. And when they were made aware of it, they ignored it. You will now have to take over an agency that is charged with cleaning up a disaster, a danger. The Biden administration did that. I cannot think of a better person, someone who acts passionately and fiercely fights for the people he loves, and someone who loves this country and thinks of other people before himself. I am telling you, in Congress, there are all kinds of personality types. But this man came up to me time and time again as the newest United States Senator and said, what can I do to help you? How can we make this place work? How can we get this done? And I look over the course of your life, you left school when your father got sick to go help your family business. That's the kind of person you are. The kind of person that stands up for every person in this office. That's the kind of person, passionate, fierce, a fighter, loyal. That's who I want now protecting this country at the head of the Department of Homeland Security. You said in your testimony, I'll fight for your family just as I fight for mine. Tell me about that personality trait and how you think that will help the Department of Homeland Security in this unprecedented time where the last administration, the last president of the United States, abandoned his role to secure this country. Tell me how you bring the personality and your character traits to this role.
It's the way I was raised. It's the way my dad raised us, the way my mom raised us, the way they were raised. We love this country. I mean, think about it. I'm getting to live the American dream. You're telling me a kid from Westville, Oklahoma with a speech impediment would ever be able to be here? That only happens in America. Only in America. And we all probably have the same type of dreams because none of us have royal blood. Maybe some of your parents might have served in public office or not. Mine most certainly did not. And the fact that I'm here, my goodness, that's why people want to come to our country, because they want the American dream. And I want everybody to have the same opportunity that I have, but we have to secure the homeland. We have to make sure that they feel safe stepping out and being in the public eye. We got to make sure that people can have a peace of mind and trust our government. And right now there's a mistrust in our government. I think we have an opportunity to maybe work on that. I meant it when I say that I hope in 6 months we're not. I can't guarantee it because the news choose what they're going to run, but I hope that I'm not on the news every 6 months or 6 months from now every day. I hope DHS is just able to be laser focused on doing their job and it isn't controversial about taking care of the homeland. I hope people have confidence in our agency again, and I'm going to work every day to restore that.
And you'll bring that same passion and zeal and protective instinct to protect every family and every community, working with local law enforcement because they know how to approach in a safe manner their communities.
Nobody will take care of their backyard better than the individual.
Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello, neighbor. How you doing? Easy day.
Hey, brother. Good to see you.
So, some very specific questions. What is the primary...
Senator Ashley Moody, her time is up in the Senate Homeland Security Committee, so we've now heard from both of Florida's senators, getting the chance to ask some questions of Department of Homeland Security Secretary nominee Markwayne Mullin, currently a Republican senator from Oklahoma. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning. We are keeping an eye on the Florida governor's race today, and Republican candidate James Fishback, who has quite a following on social media, gets a lot of attention for a number of meet and greets and events he does, especially with the younger generation all across the state of Florida. He traveled to Washington, D.C. He's on Capitol Hill right now and delivering a speech about the Iran war, calling it a disaster, saying President Trump should have done more to let the nation know about it before conflict began. I want to go ahead and get you to that speech as the Republican gubernatorial candidate James Fishback talks about the Iran war right on Capitol Hill live right now.
Directly to Americans at home as to why we are at war with Iran. This conflict is a disaster, full stop. Whether you're a Republican or a Democrat, black or white, Muslim, Christian, or Jew, you look at what's happening with the war in Iran and you only have unanswered questions. Number one, why did we go to war in the first place? We've been offered 7 different competing and contradicting explanations from the administration, ranging from there was an imminent attack that was right around the corner that Iran was going to launch against the U.S., to we needed to denuclearize Iran, although we were told last summer that we had already successfully done that, to we need to back up our allies, to regime change, to so on and so forth. What is the genuine reason we are at war right now? That's the first question. The second is, what does victory look like? What is an objective, falsifiable test that any one of us at home, Republican or Democrat, pro or against this war, can look at and say, well, victory has actually been achieved? Because the goalposts have already moved several times in the wrong direction. And the third is, what plan do we have to achieve victory? You would have been called a conspiracy theorist just days after this war broke out if you had suggested that we went to war with Iran for Israel, until Secretary of State Marco Rubio from my home state of Florida told reporters in that building behind us that we went to war for Israel. When President Trump earlier this week said we went to war to back up our allies, he said plural, but let's be honest, it is singular. And then you would have been called a conspiracy theorist if you would have said that this was done at the bidding, at the behest of the Israeli government. And then Joe Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, made very clear that that was the case. The Iraq War, for as disastrous as it was, never had this kind of dissent, never had this kind of angst, never had shifting explanations and moving goalposts just in the 3rd week of the conflict. So what gives? What's actually going on right now? You at home don't know why we're at war. I don't know why we're at war. Joe Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center, didn't know why we were at war. There's been no intelligence offered as to why we're at war. And say what you want about George W. Bush, at least he had the common courtesy of creating a pretext to back up this war. Say what you want about Barack Hussein Obama, at least he had the common courtesy of directly addressing the nation about this war. We've gotten long screeds on Truth Social. We've gotten haphazard addresses from the president in Mar-a-Lago. But we haven't gotten a concise explanation to those 3 questions. Why are we at war? What does victory look like? And how do we achieve victory? That is the debate that we have to have right now. And I say this as someone who proudly voted for and supported the president in 2024. I say this as a member, rather reluctantly these days, of the Republican Party, that this cannot continue. Now, why would someone who is campaigning to be the next governor of Florida, where it is 82 degrees right now, and I checked this morning to remind myself of the pain that I have weathered, why would I come up to Washington, D.C.? because we've already lost 13 service members, one of whom from my home state. Captain Cody Khork from Winter Haven in Polk County, 35 years old, a proud veteran of the United States Army, lost his life in the early days of this war. I'm here because Florida has 21 military bases, from Eglin in Okaloosa County to MacDill in Hillsborough County. I'm here because Florida has 65,000 active duty service members in our state. And that every day, week, and month this war continues, it hurts my state and the people that I'm asking to give me the opportunity to represent them. We should all care about what's happening. And if you agree with Democrats that this war is reckless or disastrous, it doesn't make you a traitor to your party. It makes you a patriot to the truth. This is not a time for his version of the truth or her version of the truth. It is time for the singular truth. And the truth of the matter is that as much as I respect President Trump, as excited as I was for him to win in November of 2024, this war has been disastrous and reckless, and we have not gotten a single explanation as to why we're here. We heard very early on, well, this is about them chanting death to America. Two things. There are at least 36 countries I can name off the top of my head that regularly chant death to America, and we aren't bombing them right now. In fact, as vile as Iran's rhetoric has been, it's actually toned down a bit from the days of Ahmadinejad in the 2010s. I'm not going to defend the Iranian regime. They oppress women. They're maniacal. They're the global state sponsor of terrorism. They've persecuted Christians. And they've armed our enemies in Iraq to kill our service members with IEDs. But two things can be true at the same time. Iran is a dangerous country. And two, Iran did not pose an imminent threat to the United States of America. Let's apply that same framework to North Korea. North Korea is a dangerous country, but does not pose an imminent threat to the United States of America. Take it from Director Gabbard's words herself on March 25th, 2025, when she told a congressional committee in the building behind me that there's no evidence that Iran has or is building a nuclear weapon. Take the words of Carolyn Levitt just 2 weeks ago when she called out ABC's report about imminent threats from Iran on the homeland. There was no evidence, she said, of that either. So where is the intelligence? Where is the intelligence to justify this conflict? Where is the imminent threat that the Iranians posed to us for us to be spending $1 billion a day bombing Iran, suffering casualties? It's not lost on me and Americans all over this country, no matter how they voted in the last election, no matter what they look like, no matter where they live, no matter how they pray, that we have lost 13 service members, but Israel hasn't lost a single one. That we are in this war to do the bidding of Israel because, quite honestly, Israel is too cowardly to fight on their own. This has been Israel's approach time and again. We've heard it from President Biden's team, from President Obama's team, that they tried to go to past presidents and get them into this conflict, to rope them in the same way I wanted to rope in a guy who was 6'4" to defeat the guy who bullied me in middle school. You want to take on somebody who's bigger, who is stronger, who has more resources to take on your adversary. I don't blame Israel. In fact, what they're doing is quite rational with respect to roping us into the conflict. But I blame our leaders for falling for the scam, for falling for the lie peddled by Prime Minister Netanyahu, a man who has visited the United States 6 times since President Trump took office. 6 times he has been here, and every single trip he has tried to rope us into this conflict. Iran this, Iran that. Yes, what Iran did to the U.S. Embassy in Beirut in 1983 was horrific. The hostage crisis in the 1970s was horrific. What Iran did to U.S. service members in the Iraq War was horrific. But the real test of military action is what is happening right now. It'd be no different if the U.S. decided to declare war on North Korea, which, by the way, actually has nuclear weapons, unlike Iran, which has long-range capabilities, which has killed Americans as well, out of the blue, and justifying it by saying that Kim Il-sung said some bad things. By justifying it by saying, as tragic as Otto Warmbier's death was, that we now have to avenge that death years later. What are we actually doing here? What is the actual goal of this conflict? That is what we have to ask ourselves. And the onus is not on the critics of the war to explain why the war is going on. The onus is on the administration. Yes, run by a Republican president, one that I proudly supported, one that I voted for, one that I've advocated for time and again. It is incumbent upon him and his team to explain why we are at war.
Republican candidate for governor James Fishback speaking live right now on Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. You see the U.S. Capitol in the background behind him as he speaks, outlining some criticisms of how the Iran war has been handled, calling it a disaster, saying there are 3 clear questions that still need to be answered, saying he didn't like the way it was kind of proposed to begin with, without any mention of it during the State of the Union address, which he says would have been an opportunity for the president to make a case for that ahead of time. But we did not hear that. He also mentioned Cody Khork, the U.S. Army Reserve Major, who is going to be returning home to Polk County today as the community there gets ready to honor him. He was killed in a retaliatory strike while he served in Kuwait. We're going to have much more coverage on that in a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Noon on this Wednesday. Welcome back in. We want to get you to Auburn Hills, Michigan, where Vice President J.D. Vance is speaking about the economy at a manufacturing facility there. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks live.
Because here's the thing, you know, I landed, I don't even remember which airport we landed in, but it was about a 20-minute drive from there to here. And I was looking around and I was thinking to myself, again, this is why, even though I'm an Ohio State guy, I love this state, it reminded me so much of my hometown. You've got some of these beautiful old homes that I saw, places that are harken back to an era of American greatness when we built these beautiful buildings, and some of them looked amazing, and some of them, let's be honest, looked like they were struggling. I drove through some areas that were clearly struggling. I realized that America sold the highest number of my entire life. Everybody, whether it was on Wall Street or a foreign company or foreign competitor, we were going to sell out the American dream of the people right in this room so that somebody could make a quick buck, or so that some foreign competitor or some foreign country could get rich off of the infrastructure that the United States of America had built over 250 proud years. And what I realized driving through this area is that the American Renaissance, ladies and gentlemen, $1,200 richer in 14 months is a lot, but there is so much more that we can do together. There is so much more to be built, so much more to be reclaimed, so much more to be made anew in the United States of America. But it's not going to happen by going back to the failed policies of Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi. It's going to be by doubling down on the policies of Donald J. Trump and the people who love this country. In the same way that the American dream wasn't sold out in 1 year, it's going to take us longer to rebuild it. And what is really at stake in this election in November is fundamentally, we've done so much good, and we've built so much, and we've been able to do a lot for the American people, but the Democrats threatened to take us straight back to where we were just a few short years ago. And we all know the economic statistics. We all know the fact that we felt it in our pockets, that everything from groceries to our home electricity bill was going up at a level that it hadn't gone up in 40 years under Joe Biden. But it's not just that. Because the American dream, my friends, as you all know, it's not just about going out and being able to buy something, as important as that is. It's not just about the economics, the dollars and cents, though of course we demand that our citizens become more prosperous. It's also about peace and security. It's about being safe in your own home. It's about what I think of as a classic American idea that just because you grew up in a poor family like mine doesn't mean you shouldn't be able to walk down the street in safety and security in your own country. And that is what Joe Biden and his leadership and Nancy Pelosi and all these clowns in Washington, that is the thing that they tried to take away the most from us. Where do you think the fentanyl that flooded our streets and killed hundreds of thousands of our citizens came from? It came from Joe Biden's wide open border. Where do you think the highest crime rates, the highest murder rates came from during that administration? They came from the fact that we went to war on the police rather than on the criminals who committed crimes. Where do you think the fact that we had elevated murder rates, not just in our big cities, but in our small towns, because we let in hundreds of thousands of violent criminals into the United States of America? So when I talk about the American dream, I mean, number one, that I want you to have a good job that pays you a good wage, that allows you to put food on the table, but also take a couple of nice vacations every year. But what I also mean is that we need to get the people who are making our cities less safe the hell out of our country and focus on American citizens first. Because as much as we have achieved and as much as I'm proud of what we've done over the last 14 months, the Democrats threatened to take us right back to where we were the last time that they had control of the government. Think about it. Think about the State of the Union address. It feels like forever ago. I think it wasn't even a month ago. And as you all know, I have a very unique perspective on the State of the Union address, right? I'm the one person, the president's obviously talking, and I guess me and Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, are the two people who just get to see the Congress. We don't have anything to say. You stand up and sit down probably 150 times. But, it gave me a perspective on what's going on in our country. I should say what's going on in our capital more than what's going on in our country, because I realized that there is such cowardice in Washington, D.C., in the political leadership in Washington, D.C. I've never seen anything like it. So you may remember this line. If you don't, I'll repeat it for you. But the president said something to the effect of, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but he said something like, if you believe that it's if you believe that the government ought to put American citizens first rather than illegal aliens, stand up and cheer, okay? And every Republican and like 3 or 4 Democrats stood up and cheered. But what was funny is not just that the Democrats were sitting on their hands, it's that they were all looking around. Like, what do we do here? And what kind of a person is elected to serve in congressional leadership and has to look around at their peers rather than stand up and clap for the basic idea that the American government should be fighting for you, not people who are fraudulently in our country? What kind of a person can't stand and clap for a 6-year-old girl who was hugging her father because she was, a little nervous, she was in the public spotlight, but we were celebrating this 6-year-old girl because she had survived a criminal attack from an illegal alien who shouldn't be in this country. And the Democrats couldn't stand and cheer at that. And the thing that I took away from that is much more than any political issue, any policy issue. I can stand up here and proudly say that we shut the border, we lowered your taxes, and we have the lowest murder rate on history. And that is something I'm very proud of. But you know what I'm more proud of? That I am part of a political movement that is fighting for each and every single person in this room. Doesn't mean you're always going to agree with us. Doesn't mean you're going to agree with everything that congressional Republicans do in Washington, D.C. But what I do know is that they wake up and they think, how can we best serve the people of this community and the people of the United States of America? And that is the biggest dividing line, and it breaks my heart to say it. The biggest dividing line in our politics is not tax policy or regulatory policy or even immigration as much as you and I care about all these things. The biggest dividing line in our country is that we have in Washington, D.C., one political movement that is dedicated to fraud, to illegal immigration, and to making sure that this country is safe for them rather than safe for us. I really would love to live in a country where when the President of the United States says it is the duty of the American government to look after American citizens first, for everybody, Democrat and Republican, to stand up and cheer. But my simple request is that until we get to that moment, until the Democrats can cheer for the idea that the government fights for you, until the Democrats can cheer for the fact that the government should be lowering your taxes, until the Democrats stand and cheer for the fact that the border ought to be closed and we ought to get the cartels out of our country, do not send those crazy people or any more of them to Washington, D.C. Support the people who fight for you, and that is Donald J. Trump and the entire leadership of this party. Okay, so I've said everything, or at least most of what I want to say here, but I want to just give I want to give one note of shout out to our fellow Americans in this community who have suffered a little bit in the last couple of weeks, and then I'll take some questions from the reporters. So I believe we're only about a half an hour or so away from the facility Temple Israel, the synagogue that was attacked by a terrorist not even a week ago, I believe. And I think that all of us ought to keep these folks in our prayers, because when something happens to any member of our American family, and this particular incident happened to Jewish members of our American family, it is something that all of us have to stand up and say, it's disgusting, it's unacceptable, and we're not going to tolerate in the United States of America. So I hope all the folks from Temple Israel know that we're praying for them, we're thinking about them, from the President of the United States, the Vice President, and everybody else. And we're proud of how you've handled this particular situation, because it is tough. In particular, there was a police veteran who was a security guard by the name of Danny Phillips. And Danny Phillips was one of the heroes that day. He was injured protecting the people in that community. And I hope all of us will give a big round of applause and a prayer to Danny Phillips. He's the very best of this country, and sometimes you see the very best on our worst days. So with that, I will say thank you all for having me. The fun is not over yet. We'll take a few questions from the reporters, but if we could, what I'd like to do is start out with the local reporters first, and if we have time, we'll get to the national reporters after that. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Brett Cass with WXYZ here in Detroit. Thank you for taking questions. We're seeing gas prices here climbing at home, in particular here in Metro Detroit with what's going on with Iran and the impacts in the Strait of Hormuz. What is the administration doing to help keep gas prices down, and where do you see gas prices going here in the near future?
Well, you know, the President of the United States has been crystal clear about this. Look, gas prices are up, and we know they're up, and we know that people are hurting because of it, and we're doing everything that we can to ensure that they stay lower. I will say, you know, the President said this, and I certainly agree with it. This is a temporary blip, okay? What happened under the Biden administration is that gas prices were high for 4 years. Gas prices are higher right now, and frankly, they're not even as high as they were during certain parts of the Biden administration because of what's going on in the Middle East. It's not going to last forever. We're going to take care of business. We're going to come back home, and when that happens, you're going to see energy prices come back down to reality. But in the meantime, we got a problem. We know that we have a problem. We're doing everything that we can to address it. A couple of steps that we've taken just in the last couple of weeks is that we actually worked with a lot of our allies all over the world who are suffering from this, frankly, more than we are, because unlike the United States, where we've pursued an energy dominance agenda, you've got a lot of people all over the world who have focused on a lot of green energy scams, and they're hurting a lot more than we are. So as much as we got to focus on getting these gas prices down, the reality is overseas they're feeling it far worse than we did because we've taken the steps to protect our energy economy. So for example, what we did working with these allies is we released hundreds of millions of barrels out of all these petroleum reserves so that we could put some downward pressure on prices. We're working on a number of things. In fact, a couple of things that I think will be announced in just the next 24 to 48 hours. I don't want to get ahead of the president on that, but we recognize this is an issue. We are fighting against it, and we promise that when this conflict draws to a close, when this operation draws to a close, we're going to see those energy prices come back down to reality because that's what the president promised to do. He delivered an energy dominant agenda. It's made us much more secure in the face of these things. But yeah, we've got a rough road ahead of us for the next few weeks, but it's temporary. Next question.
Remington Hernandez, News Channel 3 in Kalamazoo. The Gordie Howe Bridge is not too far from here. President Trump has made some comments about trade with Canada. For manufacturers here in Michigan, that bridge will be a lifeline to get products over the border. Do you think that the president has taken the right steps with Canada in regards to the bridge, and do you think that it should open on time?
Well, the president's attitude to Canada is they are an important ally. They're an important trading partner, especially for folks in this region of our country. But Canada has taken advantage of the United States of America for far too long. And they've taken advantage of the United States in a couple of different ways. Number one, they have allowed us to subsidize their entire military, their entire security. Canada pays virtually nothing, at least until a couple of years ago, for their own security, which means we had to foot the bill for that security. Is that fair to you and your kids that you have to pay for the military of a foreign country? No. So the President of the United States said to the Canadians, number one, you guys got to take your own security more seriously. You're always going to be an ally, but why don't you have a little bit more self-sufficiency? And I think that makes complete and total sense. The second thing the President said is, if we're going to be true friends, you have to treat our workers as fairly as we've treated Canadian workers for 40 years. Again, we have let so many people over the entire time that I've been alive take advantage of the United States of America. The president said, if you're going to apply a tariff to our goods, we're going to start applying a tariff to your goods too. It's basic fairness. And that's what we've done. And our hope with Canada, and I think we'll get there eventually, is we're going to get to a point where Canada treats our workers fairly, we treat their workers fairly, and they're going to be a true ally and a true friend, not somebody who's taken advantage of us, which is what they've done for most of my life. Thank you. Next question.
Will Jones from Local 4. With the ongoing war with Iran and the recent attack that you just mentioned on a synagogue not too far from here, what is being done to keep Americans safe here at home?
Yeah, a very good question. I believe that Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe are actually testifying before Congress right now to talk about some of these issues. So Let me just say that it is an obsessive focus of the entire U.S. government to understand where the threats are, where people might attack innocent Americans, and what we can do to address it, to get ahead of it, and if, God forbid, something does happen, to respond to it as quickly as possible. And there's a whole host of things that happen. Look, we're monitoring, some classified stuff, some phone calls, things like that, so that we can try to figure out when foreign actors want to come into our country to commit acts of terrorism in the United States of America. We've got the FBI searching for people who have come in, usually illegally, to the United States of America, who might wish the United States ill will. We're continuing to get illegal criminals out of our country because those are very often the people who commit acts of violence against the United States of America, against our people. So there's a lot that we're working on. You knock on wood, I think that we've had a very good track record with security under the Trump administration. We've got murder rates as low as they've ever been. But the only way to stay ahead of this stuff is to keep vigilant about it. The unfortunate reality is there are always bad people out there. Again, very many of them outside of our country who are trying to come in. They're always going to be there. What you need your government to do, what you should expect your government to do, is to stay on top of it and keep you as safe as possible. That's what we try to do every single day. Thank you.
Colin Jackson, Michigan Public Radio Network. We're seeing ICE expanding its presence in southeast Michigan with developments in, near the airport in Romulus and office spaces in Southfield. And I'm wondering what words you would have to say to community members who may be concerned that this might lead to an increase in aggressive immigration tactics like we've seen in Minnesota or Chicago.
Well, what I'd say is that ICE is a very simple job, and it's not just ICE, it's the entire federal government, law enforcement agencies, the various three-letter agencies that exist within the federal government. It's to make people safe. And ICE in particular is trying to get violent criminals out of the United States of America. People who have no legal right to be in the United States of America, the best thing they could do is just go home voluntarily. That would be the easiest thing. And I always find it a little bit weird when congressional Democrats or others say, how dare you? And then the thing that they're so offended by is that we're getting illegal aliens, many of them with criminal records, out of our country. How dare we? That's exactly what we should be doing. That's what we promised we would do when the American people elected Donald J. Trump president of the United States, to protect the American people. You heard the last questioner, asking justifiably about how we're keeping people safe. One of the ways that we keep people safe is by making sure bad people are outside of our country rather than inside of our country. And if they're inside of our country, inside of a jail cell, which is where they should be. But on this issue of, they're worried about, I forget how you phrased the question. You said they're worried about aggressive enforcement. We have had ICE and immigration enforcement operating in 50 states, in red states and in blue states, in very, very blue cities and very, very red cities without any incident. And the two exceptions, maybe three exceptions, are where? Minneapolis, Chicago, and Los Angeles. Because in those three states, the local political leadership said, do not cooperate with getting violent criminals out of our state or out of our city. Now, I don't understand that. If I'm living in suburban Minneapolis and I find out there's a sex offender, illegal alien living 3 blocks away from me, I'm going to be calling the police and saying, get this person out of my country. But unfortunately, you've had some governors and a couple of mayors who have said they're going to do everything possible to create civil strife by blocking immigration enforcement. What I would ask people in town to do, what I'd ask everybody in these communities to do, is just tell your local leadership that you want them to cooperate with getting bad people out of the United States of America. So long as we've got the cooperation and so long as we're working as a team, the chaos that you see in Minneapolis, it's not going to happen. It only happens when you've got broken and dysfunctional political leadership that tries to stop us from doing our jobs.
Thank you for taking questions, Mr. Vice President. Craig Mauger from the Detroit News newspaper here. There's a lot of concern and talk in Michigan right now ahead of this pivotal midterm election that the federal government might somehow intervene in the administration of the election here in this state. Do you have any promises that you would make that the federal government will not intervene in any way in this election, or what would you tell people in Michigan who are concerned about that?
Well, what do you mean by the federal government intervening in the election? That's the first I've ever heard of it, but maybe I don't understand your question.
I believe the president has talked about nationalizing elections in recent months himself. It's state.
Well, if what you mean by intervening in the election is that we want everybody to have a voter ID before voting in this country, yes, we should be doing that, to be clear. I mean, if by what you mean is, Marco Rubio has like 5 jobs, is the president going to send Marco Rubio to Michigan to be a ballot counter as his 6th title? I don't think so. I haven't talked to the president or Marco about it. But look, there's a lot of scare tactics, and there's a lot of scary language floating around there. The president and I have been working very hard, and we actually got a good vote yesterday in the United States Senate on the Save America Act, which is a very simple piece of legislation that does a number of things. But one of the things it does is actually establish this very simple principle that if you're going to vote in a federal election, you ought to show identification before you do so. I think that's very much common sense. So no, we don't want to intervene in elections, but we certainly want to make elections safe and secure. Number one, because we want to make sure that the will of the voters is actually recognized and respected. But think about this. We've got, I don't know how many people, a lot of people in this room. Let's say for every single person here, an illegal alien shows up and votes in a Michigan election. That isn't just fraudulent, and that isn't just illegal. That steals your right to vote away from you, because then your vote counts for less. If you believe, as I do, that the American people are sovereign in their own country, then you have to believe that their vote should be protected, and the only way to fully protect their vote is to prevent fraudsters from coming and voting in American elections. Thanks. And we'll take just one more question.
Hello, Mr. Vice President. Ben Solis, Michigan Advance. Joe Kent resigned from his post over his objection to the war in Iran. He was among those Republicans who was pretty dedicated to Trump's agenda and the MAGA movement. So how does his exit speak to the fracture of that coalition over the war? And what can you say to those who deeply believe in the president's agenda but are really worried about the consequences of what the war in Iran holds?
Well, look, I mean, the president has said this, I've said this, nobody likes war. Right? And I guarantee the President of the United States is not interested in getting us, in the kind of long-term quagmires that we've seen in years past. I know the president. I know the way that he thinks about America's national security. That is not a risk with this president at all. What he has also said consistently for 10, 15 years, maybe even longer, is Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and he's willing to take action, diplomatic, ideally, but military action if he has to make sure that that doesn't happen. That's all this is about. We don't want the Iranians to have a nuclear weapon. The president's been clear about this, and that's what led to the president's decision of, about 3 weeks ago. Now, you ask about Joe Kent. Now, I know Joe Kent a little bit. I like Joe Kent. You heard the President of the United States say yesterday that he likes Joe Kent, too. But it's one thing to have a disagreement of opinion. I know the president very well. He welcomes differences of opinion. He likes it when people express their views about what should happen. He listens to everybody. It's one of the great things I like about him is that whether you're the gardener at Mar-a-Lago or whether you're the Secretary of the State, the president cares about what you think about an issue. He recognizes that everybody has smarts and everybody has wisdom. That said, whatever your view is, when the President of the United States makes a decision, it's your job to help make that decision as effective and successful as possible. And so the president said this yesterday, if you are on the team and you can't help implement the decisions of his administration, he has the right to make those decisions, then it's a good thing for you to resign. And I think that's exactly right. It's fine to disagree. But once the president makes a decision, it's up to everybody who serves in his administration to make it as successful as possible. That's how I do my job, and I think that's how everybody in the administration should do their job, too.
Vice President J.D. Vance wrapping up in Auburn Hills, Michigan, where he spoke about the economy, took reporter questions on a number of topics there. He is wrapping up speaking there right now in Auburn Hills at a manufacturing facility. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot more to come here on Fox Local, YouTube, and our Facebook page as well. So keep it right here, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook as well. It's 12:30 right now, and we're just a few minutes away from the arrival of a plane carrying the body of Cody Khork, the U.S. Army Reserve Major who was killed overseas and is going to be laid to rest here in his home state of Florida. Want to check in with Fox 13's Carla Barron, who joins us live now from Lakeland Linder Airport, where there is you see the American flag behind her. And Carla, just a few minutes away from the arrival of the plane carrying Major Khork. What is the scene like out there right now, and what do we expect to happen here?
Yeah, so the update as far as the arrival time for the plane is 12:48. So we're waiting for that. But behind me, you can see that there are two fire trucks set up out here with the giant American flag. It's my understanding that that small charter jet is going to land and then go in between those two trucks underneath the flag. And then you can see, this long motorcade of law enforcement. And I think military motorcycles as well. A hearse is going to pick up the casket, and then they will head out, and there will be a procession to honor Major Khork's life, service, and sacrifice to this country. So that the procession will escort Major Khork's casket from the airport past Florida Southern College, where he went to school, to a funeral home in Winter Haven. That's Oak Ridge Funeral Home. And the Polk County Sheriff's Office and other partnering agencies are also expected to escort him as well. And officials are also asking people, the community, to line up along the route of the procession to honor Major Khork. And they do expect that there's going to be quite a bit of a traffic delay and congestion. So they're just asking people to be patient about that.
Carla, always a touching thing, I think, to see, law enforcement and military kind of show that support for one another, and also to see the community, show up and show support for one of their own as well.
Absolutely. And one more thing to mention is that Khork's funeral services, they're going to be this weekend. And then on Monday is when he will be escorted to Bushnell National Cemetery in Sumter County for his final resting place.
All right, Carla, we appreciate you checking in with us. We know we're a few minutes away. We'll keep an eye out for the landing of that plane, and we'll check in with you again in about an hour and a half or so as well. So we appreciate you joining us live here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon.
Of course, thank you.
So about 15 minutes from now, and let me pull up again for you. She was walking us through that route. I'll just pull up that map again so that you can see it. They are warning folks in that area that there will be some traffic delays and congestion because of that escort that's going to happen here in just a little bit. So you see that route from Lakeland Linder International Airport all the way to Oak Ridge Funeral Home. Fox 35 has a crew at the funeral home as well, so we're going to have team coverage for you this afternoon. So we will have a crew there at the funeral home as well for the conclusion of that escort. We'll have much more coverage throughout the afternoon right here on Fox 35 News Plus. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take another quick break, and we'll be right back. give you a live look at President Donald Trump, who is on his way to the dignified transfer for 6 airmen killed during Operation Epic Fury. This comes just ahead of the expected arrival shortly of the body of another U.S. service member killed in a retaliatory strike during Operation Epic Fury, and that is Cody Khork, whose body is expected to arrive in Polk County here in about 10 minutes. Let me go ahead and get you live now to Capitol Hill right now, where we're hearing from a number of Republican senators talking about the Save America Act. Let's go ahead and listen in. We know the Senate yesterday cleared a vote to begin a debate process on that bill. It is still expected to fail because of widespread Democratic opposition, several Republican senators who also have opposition to it. But let's go ahead and listen in live.
Because they're deployed militarily or because they're going to be absent for whatever reason. Sure, because we rely on it currently. But when you look at the fact that people are able to adjust, like most states, it hasn't been that long since we didn't have widespread use of de facto universal mail-in balloting. We could do it again. The fact that they've grown accustomed to it doesn't mean that we couldn't adjust yet again.
I have a question for you, sir.
Sure.
So the Save America Act is already having a pretty tough time getting passed. Why add an amendment that appears to make its road forward even tougher?
Well, the other issues that are on here are also 80-20 issues. The only reason it's tough to pass is because the Democrats want to cheat. That's the truth. So when you boil all of this down, they want non-citizens to vote. That's what when they vote no, they will be voting to have non-citizens vote, to weaken our election integrity, to allow men to compete with women in sports, and to allow for transgender mutilation to continue for kids. So the Senate isn't just a museum. It's not a retirement home for proceduralism. We actually should draw lines, and the American people should know where we stand. And we support election integrity. We support protecting women and girls. We support protecting kids. So that's what this debate is all about, and the Democrats are on the wrong side of the issue. Yeah.
Why not, Senator? Do you think that?
Well, I will tell you. So to answer your question, let me answer. It is a priority of the President of the United States to have the substitute amendment that is now pending together. That is his position. Leader Thune, that is his position, and that is my position. Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Just piggybacking off of Lindsay's question on this issue of how states will have to implement the changes in this legislation. Should there be funding attached to this legislation as a result to help states like Utah accomplish that? And secondly, as you guys know, Leader Thune has indicated that he will file cloture at some point at the end of this process. Do you plan on trying to do anything to prevent that from happening? And if so, what would your strategy be to try to prevent that?
My feeling is we should debate this as long as it takes to get it done. And I think that people are very familiar with Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. I think most folks back home think that's actually how it works. That people come here and they can stand on conviction and not be so cynical as to believe that people don't have to earn blocking things that are popular with the American people. As far as implementing this, look, until 2020, and I have some experience with this because I was Attorney General in Missouri, when Mark Elias and his leftist lawyers went to every state to try to water down and eliminate protections. They filed 3 lawsuits against Missouri. We had an absentee balloting program where if you had a hardship, you could request one. It's worked very well. It's very similar to what this is. They wanted to blow all that up to make the voting regime much more likely for fraud to occur. That's what this debate is all about. States, by the way, I think what you also see states be pretty creative. They probably will have mobile election units. The election authority can decide what that hardship is and how to make sure that the maximum number of people who can vote. But there's no question, again, this was a bipartisan conclusion for a very long time. The safest and most secure way is in-person voting. And there still is a process by which people can request absentee ballots if they're in the military, if they're homebound, if they're ill, they have a disability, they're a caregiver, or another hardship that state election authority comes up with. Yeah. Yeah.
Senator Lee, this is the president's number one priority. It seems to have strong public support, especially among Republican voters. Do you think there will be any political consequences for Republicans if they just settle for a failed cloture vote next week and maybe not? And embark on the talking filibuster or add this to a must-pass legislation like FISA reauthorization?
I think it would be a suicidal move for us as Senate Republicans, for Republicans in general, if we don't put everything we've got into this. And I agree with and want to echo what Senator Schmidt just said on that point. I think we need to debate this as long as it takes to get it done. And if we're not there yet, we need to continue debating it. So getting it teed up, beginning debate, and then immediately proceeding to cloture on the bill, not to be confused with cloture on an amendment, but cloture on the bill, would be, I think, a profound mistake. And so that's why I think a prolonged period of debate, particularly on a bill that itself has overwhelming support from the American people, is what's in order. Remember, the example that I've often used in connection with this is the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Now, at the time that was passed by the House of Representatives in March of 1964, I believe that bill had approval in the low to mid 50% range, 51 to 54% roughly. When it came over to the Senate from the House, they were, according to some estimates, 32 votes shy of cloture. So they had a 32-vote cloture deficit. Our current cloture deficit is 10, significantly smaller than the cloture deficit they faced then, with a much more popular bill and a bill that is far simpler than the Civil Rights Act of 64. Now, I get it. They're not the same bill. They do different things. I don't mean to overstate the comparison. But the point was the Senate debated that for a lengthy period of time. For all the Americans who have benefited from what has been achieved since the Civil Rights Act of 64 was passed, because of the fact that it was passed, I'm sure all those Americans can look back on that with gratitude for the fact that the Senate didn't just throw up its hands and say, well, we're 32 votes shy of cloture. I guess it can't happen. Let's have a failed cloture vote and move on. They didn't do that. Instead, they continued to debate until a few things happened. The opponents of it became physically exhausted. They also became sort of the victims of political exhaustion with their voters as this bill was becoming more popular. And they could see the writing on the wall that this was going to continue. They started looking for ways to make face-saving adjustments and some substantive changes to it through amendments. And it was through that process that they were able to close the 32-vote cloture deficit, and took them 60 days, but they got it done. I think the same thing can happen here.
Do you think talking filibuster should still be on the table at this point?
Oh, yeah. Look, I see that regardless of what nomenclature you want to use, what word you want to assign to what we're doing, I see this as a form of talking filibuster, or if somebody rejects the idea that this technically fits within that, it is very talking filibuster-like what we are doing. We're getting on a bill. We're debating that bill. We're doing so without any plan to immediately file cloture on the bill, and hope to keep this up for some time, I hope many weeks if necessary, in order to close that gap.
Okay, last question.
Just add one point to Senator Lee's, and that is things are different than they were back in the 1960s. We're here having this press conference today because we're going directly to the American people. The Democrat Party has decided to set aside the will of the American people in the case of the SAVED Act. They're doing the same thing with the Department of Homeland Security as well. They're shutting that down at a time when we have a huge national security threat with hundreds, if not thousands, of Iranians in this country who've already had sleeper cells invoked. They're freezing funding for that. This is our opportunity to go direct to the American public. We're doing it with this press conference today, and I encourage everybody to tune in to see what happens on the floor and to ask themselves, how is it that the Democrats could possibly justify the unjustifiable? How is it that they could justify advocating for non-citizens to vote in our elections? How is it that they could justify the insecurity that they seem to want to perpetuate in our voting system when they have the opportunity right before them to fix this problem? The American people will see this, and they can speak loudly. Thank you.
Last question.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Your colleagues have been skeptical that talking filibuster can work in this instance, including leadership. Can any of you point to examples in the past where the talking filibuster or the 2 feet rule have been used to pass bills without getting the cloture threshold over the line?
Yeah. Again, I'll point back to the Civil Rights Act of 64. Yes, they ended that with cloture, but they ended that with cloture after they had been able to close the cloture gap. I have not for many months believed that we would win this directly through enforcement of Rule 19's two-speech rule in paragraph 1A. Whether as a result of the October 25th, 1986 precedent on that or otherwise, there are enough ways in which that by itself could be extended for a sufficient period of time. I just don't think that it would be likely to end that way. I think it's much more likely that members grow physically exhausted and exhausted of contradicting many of their voters. And so over time, as things get debated, the public becomes more familiar with the legislation. People start to get comfortable with it. Once they understand what the arguments are, once we have the chance more fully to continue to make the case that we've been making, to rebut the absurd insofar as they characterize the bill, counterfactual arguments they're making about this. This is going to become popular enough that a lot of our colleagues who currently oppose it, I believe, will start to get on board. There's a lot of disinformation floating around. Well, yes, I believe we can get there, but we've got to debate it. We've got to give it time, and we've got to master the arguments. There are still all kinds of arguments being made about it that are not true. A lot of people are saying, for example, some of my Democratic colleagues have been saying things like everybody's going to have to re-register to vote. Now, that's not true. If you're already registered to vote, that voter registration doesn't cease to exist under this. That simply isn't true. There are people saying that if you don't have documents, you're going to have to pay $200 to get a passport. Also not true. Anybody who says that, look at page 12, line 22, and the text that follows from that. In the House-passed Save America Act, which we are now debating before the Senate, it makes true that that is not true. Even if you, let's say, for example, sometimes it comes up, suppose a woman who has gotten married and taken on the last name of her husband after getting married. Can't find her marriage certificate, which is one of the documents that will suffice to close that gap. Or let's suppose somebody else can't find not only that document, but can't find any of their documents because their house burned down, their dog ate it, they never had them to begin with, or whatever. You go to page 12, line 22, and the text that follows from that. It makes clear that a person in that instance, whether they're missing one document or all of their documents, can, by affidavit, submit a sworn statement outlining the facts supporting their citizenship. So if they are natural-born citizens, for example, they could identify the city, state, and date where they were born, describe the circumstances of the parents. If they are naturalized citizens, describe the date or date range in which they were naturalized, where they came from. That then flips the burden onto the state to confirm or refute what they have assessed, and they have to make a judgment call. As they have to go in and do the research and figure out citizenship. The state can do that for them, and that would work. So things like this all over the place are being refuted every day. As that continues to happen, these arguments are going to continue to fall down for the pretextual, non-effective, and counterfactual arguments that they are. That's how we're going to win.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks. Republican senators speaking about the Save America Act. Meanwhile, a split screen of the costs of war in Iran. Give you a live look on the left at the Joint Base Andrews, where President Trump is arriving on Marine One, expected to board Air Force One here momentarily and head to Dover for a dignified transfer. On the right, a live look at Lakeland Linter International Airport, where the body of Cody Khork, a U.S. Army Reserve major and a Polk County native, is expected to arrive here shortly. We checked in with Fox 13 on that scene just a little bit ago, and we're expecting the remains of Cody Khork to arrive any minute now and then be escorted from the airport to the funeral home, where he will also be acknowledged there before he is laid to rest later this week. So we heard Polk County Sheriff Grady Judd speak earlier this week about how between now and then the body of Cody Khork will not be alone. he will have someone by his side constantly until he is laid to rest. We're going to step aside, take a quick break. We'll be right back with more coverage coming up in just a couple of minutes. Give you a live look right now. Joint Base Andrews. You see President Trump getting ready to leave Joint Base Andrews for the dignified transfer of 6 airmen who were killed in Iraq. You also see Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who is there with him as well. President Trump waving to the folks there, the cameras, saluting those standing by Air Force One as he boards right now for that dignified transfer. The dignified transfer we have already seen for Cody Khork, a solemn responsibility of the commander-in-chief. And again, 6 airmen killed in Iraq as part of Operation Epic Fury. That is where he is heading right now. Meanwhile, let me give you another live look at Lakeland Linter International Airport in Polk County, where any minute now we are expecting the arrival of a plane carrying the remains of that fallen U.S. Army Reserve major, with a Polk County native who is going to be laid to rest here in his home state of Florida, but is going to be escorted. His body will be from the airport to the funeral home. We also have a crew at that funeral home. Let me give you a live look there. Right now, where you can already see folks, first responders on the scene, and we'll see an American flag, likely see a large crowd out there as well. So a number of things we're continuing to keep an eye on as we near this 1 o'clock hour. We are also waiting to hear from Attorney General James Upmeyer shortly, and we will get you to that news conference when it does begin. Right now, though, we are going to step aside, take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Fox 35 Facebook page as well. We're getting closer to this 1 o'clock hour and awaiting the arrival of Major Cody Khork, fallen U.S. Army Reserve Major, who was killed in Kuwait. Meanwhile, we are watching Air Force One getting ready to leave Joint Base Andrews. Just a few minutes ago, we saw President Trump solemnly walk up those stairs, saluting the service members attending there and getting ready to leave to head to Dover, Delaware for that most somber of occasions for the Commander-in-Chief, which is the dignified transfer, when the bodies of service members arrive back home and are then transferred to be taken to their respective homes. It was a process we saw last week for Major Khork, who we should mention. We know that just a few days ago received a posthumous promotion to Major. He was a captain, had served as a captain in the U.S. Army Reserves, and has now been promoted to Major in recognition for his service. We have heard from family members as well, talking about his service and the scholarship that's going to be given in his name from here on out. And so these are things that we are keeping in mind today as we await the arrival of Cody Khork, as President Trump goes to attend the dignified transfer of 6 other service members. These were airmen who were killed in Iraq. Let me give you a live look right now at Lakeland Linder International Airport in Polk County, where we're awaiting the arrival of that plane any minute now. That is supposed to land under that and will taxi under that American flag that we saw. Meanwhile, I am going to split screen this here while we watch the takeoff of Air Force One carrying President Trump. But on the right there, that is in Polk County. We have seen, when the camera moves a little bit, we have seen some folks out there, wide range of ages. We've seen children standing outside the fence. We've seen some American flags out there on that scene as well, on a calm and serene and chilly day there in Polk County. And there is a look at the tarmac. Just to the right there is where that American flag is. We can also see, if the camera were to pan a little bit more to the right, you'd be able to see just the long line of cycles, law enforcement, military, all here who are going to be playing parts in this escort, taking the body of Cody Khork to the funeral home in what is expected to be a couple hour long process from start to finish, where they have been warning there could be some delays here. Seeing some other activity as well at that airport. So as you see some of these other planes, I'm trying to see what exactly we can make out here. But there you're seeing what I was talking about just moments ago. And that is the long line from the sheriff's office, from police departments, from a number of agencies there. And this is the escort that is going to be taking Cody Khork home momentarily. Fire department with their ladder truck, the ladder extended well beyond the frame of that shot. You see service members in their uniforms as well, standing and awaiting. You see the American flag in the background, the Florida flag as well, a very somber occasion for so many in the Polk County community, where Major Khork grew up, spent a lot of his time. He went to high school there. He spent quite a bit of time there. Went to Lake Region High School. He attended Florida Southern College as part of the ROTC. We have heard from his family and from others who knew him just talking about his dedication to service, dedication to his country, and what that service meant to him. And now you're seeing a small bit of that repaid by the community that he served for so many years and paying their final respects to this Polk County native. And now you can see, as we take a look at this, the wide shot there, the American flag being held up by those two ladder trucks on the tarmac at Lakeland Linder International Airport right now. On the left, we are watching Air Force One take off right now from Joint Base Andrews as President Trump goes to attend another dignified transfer for 6 more service members. These were killed in Iraq as part of Operation Epic Fury, part of those with that tanker. We're keeping an eye on this scene in Polk County. As soon as we get sight of this plane, we will listen in and kind of take in the scene around us here as that escort gets ready to get underway. I know preparations continuing at the funeral home several miles away. Again, the escort route going to take him past Florida Southern College, where he served in the ROTC. And this may be that plane carrying the body of Major Cody Khork. Keep an eye on this for a second here to watch as it taxis down the runway. live look right now at Lakeland Linter International Airport in Polk County, where the body of Major Cody Khork has arrived. We are awaiting the doors to open and the casket, the flag-draped casket of the Polk County native. You're also seeing a live look at the funeral home, where we see someone there. It appears he has a veteran's cap on, holding an American flag, where the escort that we're going to see shortly will come to an end this afternoon. You hear a helicopter overhead as well, and we're now seeing more people with American flags show up to that Oak Ridge funeral home, where the body of Cody Khork will be taken. You see a number of service members standing there. We have seen a number of others on the scene as well, also holding American flags and waiting for their chance to pay their final respects. Cody Khork, again, graduated in 2008 from Lake Region High School, then went on to attend Florida Southern College. Part of this route will go along Memorial Boulevard, coming up in just a little bit. You can see the scene at the Oak Ridge Funeral Home where they're working on the American flag. We saw the water salute on the tarmac for this plane, the American flag that is directly overhead of where those service members you see there, and a poignant scene on the right as it appears a veteran coming to pay his respects, saluting the American flag at Oak Ridge Funeral Home. As you see on one of the smaller boxes as well, a video of Florida Southern College, where Cody Khork attended and served in the ROTC. Visitation planned for this weekend at the Winter Haven Worship Center, and then Major Khork going to be buried at the Florida National Cemetery on Monday. Looks like we're seeing some more activity here. I'm going to go ahead and take this full, and we'll listen back in. This is a live look right now at Lakeland International Airport, just outside Lakeland in Polk County, where we're seeing the very thoughtful and painstaking process, the care being taken to make sure the utmost respect being shown before we see the casket of fallen Major Cody Khork. Who will be shown respect with a military and law enforcement escort. You see the honors that are awaiting him on the tarmac there at the airport. What you don't see here in the tight shot is the American flag hanging overhead, being suspended from the two ladder trucks on the tarmac, and a number of service members directly underneath it, showing their respects in this somber ceremony. And then off to the side, dozens of law enforcement officers standing at the ready to escort Khork's body to the funeral home in Haines City. Live look at Lakeland Linder International Airport just outside of Lakeland in Polk County, where just moments ago we saw the body of fallen Major Cody Khork taken from that airplane, loaded into their hearse after some emotional moments with family members greeting him on the tarmac there. And now you see those dozens and dozens of law enforcement officers who are going to escort him from the airport the 30-plus miles to Oak Ridge Funeral Home just outside of Haines City. We're going to go ahead and continue to listen in as the escort gets ready to get underway. Sounds like we are just waiting any minute now for the escort, the procession to begin from Lakeland Leonard International Airport. It's about a 45-minute drive to Oak Ridge Funeral Home, 30-plus miles to get there. You can see the scene on the right at Oak Ridge Funeral Home, where another flag being draped there to welcome fallen Major Cody A. Khork, a Polk County native. And I think we may be temporarily losing our feed at Lakeland Leonard International Airport as they potentially reposition for that escort and procession to begin any minute now. That we will continue to bring you live coverage of this afternoon as we wait for that to take off and take the body of Major Khork from the airport to the funeral home. Again, he's going to be buried at the Florida National Cemetery in Bushnell on Monday. There's a memorial service scheduled for this weekend. Go ahead and see here. I do believe our live feed there at the airport is currently down while they do reposition ahead of the leaving of that escort and the beginning of that procession. We're going to step aside and take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look at Air Force One, where President Trump arriving for a dignified transfer of 6 airmen who were killed in Iraq. I believe this is at landing in Dover for this dignified transfer. Just a few minutes ago, we were watching as the body of Major Cody Khork arrived in Florida. This is now 6 other service members whose bodies will arrive back at the United States and will be greeted by the Commander-in-Chief. So we are keeping an eye out for that, and we'll have more coverage coming up in a little bit. We're also continuing to monitor the scene. This is Oak Ridge Funeral Home, where you can see a crowd growing right now. American flags being suspended from the 2 ladder trucks there. And we'll have, again, more coverage on that escort and procession 30-plus miles from the airport to that funeral home for Cody Khork. A number of folks there to show their support, to pay their final respects as well. Let me take you live right now to Sarasota, where Attorney General James Uthmeier has been speaking for a while during this news conference. I believe he may be taking questions right now. Let's go ahead and listen in.
There could be civil action and roadblocks. We've pursued criminal sanctions given what we've seen. We're going to do everything we can to protect our people. Yes, ma'am. Yes, SNAP has not been as willing to cooperate as possible. When the opposing parties are not cooperative, it typically tells you what you need to know. There is a federal lawsuit they removed from state court to federal court. They've made arguments that the First Amendment, free speech, gives them the ability to let our little kids get hurt. Obviously, I reject that entirely. So we will litigate to the fullest, and we will hold them accountable. All right. That's a great question. I don't know, Rita.
I don't believe their main offices might be here, but they're not really a centralized corporation, but they do business in Florida. So doing business in Florida, they have to agree to abide by our rules, and that means they have to have a registered agent in the state of Florida and someone that we can serve with process. So technically, they might not even be American, but they are, for all intents and purposes, for an investigation in the state of Florida.
It's a good point, though. With a lot of these applications, especially when you're looking at illicit online gambling, gaming, fantasy, and other things, it is foreign corporations, foreign actors that are reaching all the way into bedrooms here in the state of Florida to get to our kids and get them addicted. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, Sheriff.
Attorney General James Uthmeier there was speaking about social media and the role that plays. They say announcing today an investigation into the digital platform Discord. So that is what the Attorney General was discussing with the Sarasota County Sheriff Kurt Hoffman in that news conference just a few minutes ago. Was taking questions there at the end. We are also monitoring the situation at the Dover Air Force Base, where President Trump has arrived and is getting ready to attend a dignified transfer ceremony of 6 airmen who were killed in Iraq. We're going to step aside, take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are continuing to watch this spacewalk that you see the counter there. U.S. Spacewalk 94 been going on nearly 5 hours now. This is a live look outside the International Space Station, courtesy of NASA. We are watching 2 NASA astronauts conducting the spacewalk, doing some work to especially the groundwork for a solar array being installed outside the ISS in the future. These are astronauts Jessica Meir and Chris Williams. And let's go ahead and listen in for a few minutes as this continues. Again, nearly 5 hours that these astronauts have been outside the space station today.
Pressure cannon connector tool. I'm working on the jumper. It's kind of tangled up in the 3 PCC.
Yeah, I can see that. Somebody got it.
I think I got it for you now.
Good job.
And I'm going to take that adjustable with me so I can temp stow. Jumper.
Yeah, exactly. We had you taking your ret to one of the rings on that adjustable, and then you're going to, once you're out there, transfer the cannon connector tool to a second mini workstation ret so that you can use that adjustable for the dummy caps.
Copy. Good work.
Okay, TC, I am at 3854.
Good memory. Okay. I assume you can, you're looking right down the barrel of the Sarge at where the missing cover 17 with your head aft nadir?
A firm.
Okay. All right, you're...
A firm. I'm going to get my PRT down.
Excellent.
Yeah, I've got both the jumper and the cannon connector tool.
Okay, just...
I'm going to just lift the jumper kind of around my arm.
Sounds good. And you'll work your way outboard. I have a...
And NASA astronaut Chris Williams has arrived at the Port Sarge area. Again, that refers to the solar array, solar alpha rotary joint located on the port side of the International Space Station. This is critical for rotating the solar arrays to track the sun. Williams is going to inspect the Port Sarge as well as take imagery of that area. And on your screen, you see NASA astronaut Jessica Meir in the spacesuit with the red stripes. She has received the tools that she needed from the cable bag and has stowed them on her mini workstation and is now going to work to translate to the non-radiator side of the P4, P5 interface ahead of that DDCU jumper. This procedure will help ensure that there is redundancy on the International Space Station's power system.
Was that 507?
It was, so Chris, we're good with your plan. Stand by while I give Jessica the handrail number 5206, I think is what you're looking for.
Yeah, I think it's probably the one underneath it.
And... once you've got an ID on that handrail, Jessica, let me know, because I'm going to switch over to Chris for some words.
I'm on 5206 right now.
Okay, that's where you're going to temp stow the...
I got it.
And then once you temp stow the jumper, you'll position yourself at the center panel, and I have some warnings for you. Go ahead, Chris.
Okay, copy. Yeah, so I'm looking at the Sarge, and at the, so I see the outer canted surface, and it does appear to have some lubricant berms. It looks sort of a darkish gray in color, and it's kind of a little bit splotchy or speckly, so it's not like a smooth berm. It's kind of like chunks here or there, and there it looks like to be some flecks that sort of the outer canted surface, and then sort of a flat surface outboard of that, and it seems that there's sort of flecks on that as well. On the datum A, there are again the same sort of darkly colored berms that are sort of a little bit gloopy and discontinuous, so not kind of a smooth line. My best to get some pictures. The lighting is pretty tough.
Okay, Chris. We're copying down all your notes. We actually got a heck of view from you now. And, yeah, continue with your photos.
Copy.
And Williams now moving on to photographing that area following his inspection and report out here to the ground.
Temp stood on 5206.
Copy, Jessica.
And I have the Canon connector tool, so I think I'm coming down here to get the caps first. And I see them.
Yes, let me read some cautions to you first. Actually, it's a warning. Two of them, pinch hazard, Canon connector, rotating housing, as well as the EVA connectors may become hot if left uncovered, so handling may need to be limited to prevent plug damage. And also I want to remind you the interesting tether point on those Canon connectors. You remember those?
I do. Yeah, you have to go like sideways in order to get the adjustable on there.
Yeah, you got it. Okay. You're going to use that adjustable to tether to the dummy caps and rotate 90 degrees counterclockwise to white on white to remove, and you're looking for J43 and J44.
I copy. I see them.
And Chris, when you are set,
EV1, M1 when able.
When you're starting on.
M1 was calling me TC.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to stand by on comm for a second.
EV1 from M1, just a heads up, we're beginning our geocast from the park position to the lens cover go-no-go position.
One copy.
Been listening into that spacewalk, but I want to get you live right now back to Polk County, where the procession is getting underway
from inside the International Space Station. NASA asked
Cody Khork, the U.S. Army Reserve Major. We'll go ahead and listen in. welcome into Florida Live. And if you're just joining us on Fox 35 TV, we want to welcome you in. Where on our live streaming coverage on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, we've been watching this somber scene in Polk County as the body of fallen U.S. Army Reserve Major. We want to welcome you in. Where on our live streaming coverage on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, we've been watching this somber scene in Polk County as the body of fallen U.S. Army Reserve Major Cody Khork being escorted from Lakeland Leonard International Airport, where it arrived just within the past hour, and is being escorted to Oak Ridge Funeral Home in Haines City. So we have team coverage for you this afternoon. The hearse just went by a few moments ago. We've seen law enforcement officers by the dozens who have been part of this procession and have been out there this afternoon. Meanwhile, others showing their support as well with American flags, with standing and saluting, just so many different ways that the support has been shown out there for Cody Khork. And now that route is getting underway, where they are taking him more than 30 miles from the airport to the funeral home. Let's go ahead and listen in. It sounds like we are hearing live right now from one of the folks who showed up to show their support. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Just to show support for his family. We felt like it would be important to welcome him home, but also be here for the family.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What about this story just touched you? You know, did you know him?
No, we didn't know him. My son is actually in junior ROTC at his high school, and we work for the school board, so just knowing that he was a school board student, that he was part of ROTC, just the local ties, we just felt like it was important to be here and show support.
And what,
he's 15, yes. Yes.
What did you want him to learn while watching this?
Just the importance of always honoring and remembering our vets and our fallen. My dad was in Vietnam, so we've always, been around that, but we just felt like it was important to show him that it's important to honor them when they come home in their service, because it was a huge sacrifice that he gave for our country. Yep. Yeah, okay. Awesome. Thank you.
This was the scene outside the airport earlier today, where you can see the water salute for that plane carrying the body of Cody Khork, and a very painstaking process, very careful process to get that casket off the airplane, rolled to the hearse, and then some very somber moments where the family had a chance to pay their respects and show their love for their loved one. That happened on the tarmac as well, just before the casket was put into the hearse, and that the procession got underway. Again, this was just a little bit ago, the scene on the airport. We did bring this to you live on Fox 35 News Plus within the last hour as we watched that ceremony and the casket put inside that hearse. And now the 30-mile journey is underway from that airport to Oak Ridge Funeral Home. And at Oak Ridge Funeral Home is where we find Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger, who is joining us live now from that scene. Alexis, I know you've been out there for a while now, and throughout the afternoon we have seen the crowd grow. Just kind of paint the picture for us there now that procession has left the airport and is heading your direction. What's the scene like out there?
Well, Garrett, I can tell you there are a lot of people out here just ready to honor and, of course, welcome Major Khork back home. We've seen, of course, law enforcement and first responders are here. They've actually got the flag all set up. So as soon as the procession makes its way to the funeral home, they'll be able to go underneath and pull right in here, right underneath the flag. But there's also folks lining both sides of the streets here. Seen some saluting, others holding American flags, all here just ready to welcome and show their support to the major. And we've also been able to talk to some folks who have been out here. Some I've talked to are veterans themselves. Others, just came out here to be here for this community and honor him. I even talked to one woman who said that her children went to school with him. She said that they didn't really know him too well, but they were familiar with him, and so being out here means a lot for their family. And we know that this is going to be a pretty big escort. We have the Polk County Sheriff's Office, along with other partnering agencies, coming from the airport and going that about 30 miles to get here to the funeral home. So we'll be expecting that line of law enforcement vehicles and first responders to make their way through this area. But it may be a little bit of time before we see them come through here. We know that the route they're taking, they're going to pass by his college, so where he went to school. But like I said, we are expecting it to be just a little bit before we see the procession make its way through here at the funeral home.
Alexis, you talked about some of the veterans and others showing their support out there. I do want to play for you. We have a little soundbite of one of the people that you had the chance to speak to. I want to go ahead and listen to that now.
You see a lot, and even though it's 50 years later, it's just as important to me as it was.
And it's not just, you're out here, but we also see other members of the community, law enforcement's out here, to see that community support and the community come together here to honor him.
Yeah, and I got granddaughters that are probably going to be in the military. So, it's emotional, very emotional. But my time is worth more than this, so it's just good to see other veterans out.
And Alexis, I think it's touching to hear that perspective and see that emotion. How important it is for people to be out there today and show their respects, pay their respects to someone who really paid the ultimate sacrifice.
Absolutely. What stands out here today is just people of all ages coming out here to pay their respects for somebody who died for this country.
Right. Fox 35's Alexis Clevenger. We appreciate you joining us live from Oak Ridge Funeral Home. We'll let you go. We will keep monitoring your feed as well as we await the arrival of the body of Major Khork. Thanks for joining us on Florida Live.
Thanks, Garrett.
And as we continue to track this now, I do want to just again show you the route that they are going to be taking. You heard Alexis mention it there, where it's going from Lakeland Leonard International Airport. That's actually just outside Lakeland. It's about a 30-mile route to Oak Ridge Funeral Home, about 45 minutes typically or so to get to that funeral home. That is in Haines City. And so we will be keeping an eye on that because, again, the procession just rolled out a couple of minutes ago. And we are going to be monitoring that, the progress of it, I should say, as they move closer. And as Alexis also touched on, they are going to be going by the Florida Southern College, where Major Cody Khork attended. We know he is a 2008 graduate of Lake Region High School in that Polk County area, then attended Florida Southern College through the ROTC, served as a military police officer in the Army Reserve, and served his country admirably for a number of deployments internationally, including in Cuba, South Korea, Poland, and then Kuwait. And it was in Kuwait where that retaliatory drone strike ended up taking his life after the commencement of Operation Epic Fury. So we are continuing to keep an eye on that procession and escort as the community pays their final respects to Cody Khork. And it has been an emotional and somber day out there at the airport as well. Emotional moments there, and just a somber scene. I want to bring in Fox 13's Carla Barron, who joins us live now from outside the airport where that procession just went by. Carla, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live. And I was just describing the somber and emotional moments that we saw on the tarmac and really all throughout the afternoon there.
Yeah, it was very peaceful, solemn, respectful. The transfer of Major Khork's remains from the small plane to the hearse. His family was present. I believe also there was an American flag draped over the casket as well. His family was present. I believe they were able to touch the casket before it was put into the hearse. And there was a large law enforcement presence there. A motorcade. They had their flashing red and blue lights on. The fire department was there. They also had their lights on. I believe it was an airport fire engine truck that they did a water salute.
Salute, yeah.
Don't know what exactly it's called. But it was nice to see. And out here as well, while the procession was going by, there were people from the community lined up out here. They had waited a couple of hours to be present for this and to see Major Khork's remains go by, and the hearse go by, so that they could pay the respects. I saw people, with their hands over their hearts. Yeah, it was just, as you mentioned, just a very solemn moment.
Yeah, I think touching to see that show of support, the salutes along the roadways, the flags that we saw out there as we took your shot live there. Just seeing those folks lining the road and showing their support. I think it's certainly touching to see. And Carla, we appreciate your coverage out there throughout the day for us. And thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
Of course. Thank you. And I was trying to say water cannons, a water cannon salute. I believe that's what it's called.
Yes, I believe that's correct. Carla, we appreciate it. And just so many different ways with that water cannon salute, with the flags, with the people there, just so many different ways that people are paying their final respects, saying thank you for all of that, the service to his country that we saw from Major Cody Khork. And again, that procession underway. Now on the way to the funeral home. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 TV. We are going to check in now with Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay and our Tampa connection for some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. Nancy, we appreciate you joining us. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. It's definitely a busy day over here in Tampa, but we'll begin with MacDill Air Force Base is back open. This just happened a few minutes ago. The base had been under a shelter-in-place order, and we're told that order was issued after officials said that a threat was made against MacDill Air Force Base. However, at this moment, we do not know exactly what that threat was. Now, security was already heightened to force protection condition Charlie. Yesterday evening that occurred. Base leaders made that decision to ramp up security on Tuesday. And this is a significant step up in posture and is used when military officials believe that a threat is likely. Now, that move came one day after a suspicious package was discovered near the Dale Mabry Gate Visitor Center. That happened on Monday, and that discovery led to a multi-hour disruption as first responders blocked off the area and diverted all traffic to the Bayshore Gate. Now, while authorities cleared the scene and reopened the base on Monday evening, the FBI is still investigating this incident. Military officials have not yet confirmed what was inside that package or if it actually posed a real threat. Now, FPCON Charlie is the second highest security level in the military, and because of the change, anyone heading onto the base should expect significant delays. There are now even fewer gates open, more frequent identification checks, and an increased presence of security forces across the installation. Of course, MacDill Air Force Base is home to both U.S. Central Command and U.S. Special Operations Command, making any shift in security posture a high priority. Base leaders are urging all personnel to remain vigilant and to report any suspicious activity immediately. Officials say security conditions could change as this investigation continues. But as of right now, Garrett, MacDill Air Force Base is operating again. That shelter-in-place order that was issued this morning has been lifted. But again, we do not know what threat was made against MacDill Air Force Base that had officials put that shelter-in-place order in place.
Yeah, and obviously concerning for, these multiple incidents now. You mentioned it being the home of CENTCOM, which, obviously playing a large role when it comes to the Iran war, and we have seen some pushback against that in a number of other places. So certainly, obviously, needing to take every precaution necessary to make sure everything is safe there.
Yeah, it's definitely necessary to take all those precautions. Again, this is a suspicious package was located at MacDill Air Force Base at the Dale Mabry, that's the visitor's gate. So that gate was shut down for most of the day on Monday while that package was investigated. At this time, we do not know what was inside that package and if it posed an actual threat, again, because we just don't know. That is still under investigation. So it was also unclear if, heightening the security yesterday was due to that package that was found on Monday. But we have been covering this heightened security at MacDill Air Force Base all morning, and then we learned probably around 11 a.m.-ish that this shelter in place was ordered for MacDill Air Force Base. Again, officials say that it was ordered because a threat was made against the base, but they are not saying what that threat is at this moment.
And also, Nancy, we know the Attorney General was in the Bay Area today in Sarasota County. What was he talking about there?
Yes, Attorney General James Othmeyer, he was in Sarasota today, and he was actually talking about an investigation that was launched today into the social media app called Discord. Now, throughout today's press conference, the Attorney General, he kept saying that all roads lead to Discord. And he said that is because he believes that it is a platform that is a destination for online predators. Othmeyer stated that while predators often initiate contact with children on popular sites such as Instagram, Roblox, or Snapchat, they frequently move that conversation off of those popular platforms onto the social media app called Discord. Now, Othmeyer claims that predators feel comfortable on the app because they believe it is harder for parents parents and law enforcement to monitor their activity. And state investigators have issued numerous subpoenas to the company, and they're seeking information on Discord's marketing tactics, how the app verifies the age of its users, and what parental control features are actually in place. The state is also demanding records of all criminal cases involving children linked to the platform. Othmeyer issued a stern warning to social media companies this afternoon, stating that if they allow children to be harmed on their platforms, the state will hold them accountable in court. And he is also urging parents to quote-unquote wake up and be aware of where their children are spending time online, noting that Discord is no longer just a niche app for gamers, but again, as he kept saying, it's a place where all roads lead for those looking to exploit minors. Garrett.
All right, another, as we have heard from the Attorney General, several times now, talking about the importance of parents knowing what these platforms are, and he often shows the kind of placards of what the app icons look like, so that even if it's something you never heard of, that you can certainly know what your kids might be getting into. And today, just another example of why that's so important.
Yes, definitely. And that was something that he did display during this afternoon's press conference. He held up a cardboard cutout of Discord so that parents could know what exactly that app would look like on their children's phone. And then he said that Discord, it's not exactly a new social media platform, but it is one that a lot of parents may never have heard of. And he said that it's also marketed towards children. If you go and you look at the app, it's advertised as a place to hang out, you play games, and it also offers like group chats. So he said that it is marketed toward children. But again, he does believe that a lot of these predators are meeting these children on different social media apps like Instagram and Snapchat and Roblox. And then once they befriend these children, they will take those conversations on to Discord, and that is why he launched this investigation into Discord. And he said that if any deceptive practices are found, if anything is found that this app isn't doing everything it can to protect children, he said that Florida will go after them.
And finally, in our Tampa connection here, quite the allegations against a Hillsborough County teacher, and maybe not necessarily what you would expect.
No, definitely not something you would expect. This has been, in addition to everything else that's been going on, this has been one of our most clicked on stories all day. A Hillsborough County teacher is headed to federal prison after her role in an international gun smuggling ring. So Shannon Nicole Samelsing, who's from Temple Terrace, she was sentenced to 1 year and 1 day behind bars. The 47-year-old pleaded guilty to conspiracy after investigators uncovered a pipeline tied to a Caribbean crime ring. Federal prosecutors say she purchased at least 7 firearms, falsely claiming on federal forms that the weapons were for her personal use. However, investigators determined that she was actually buying these guns for a criminal organization based in Trinidad and handing them off to others to be smuggled overseas. Authorities say several of those firearms were later found in shipments bound for Trinidad. And in one instance, officials at an airport intercepted cargo containing guns and ammunition hidden inside punching bags. That shipment included handguns, a shotgun, high-capacity magazines, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition. Investigators say Samelsing directly supplied at least 4 of the recovered guns. And this case was a joint effort between federal investigators and law enforcement in Trinidad and Tobago. Officials say the investigation highlights the ongoing battle against illegal gun trafficking in the United States into the Caribbean. And as part of her sentence, Samelsing must also forfeit the firearms tied to the case. Authorities have not said yet if any additional arrests are expected. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection today.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now. And Noah, a little bit cooler out there. And we have had a little more of a warm up today than we did yesterday, I think.
This morning was colder than yesterday, but the afternoon is warmer. So
it's a trade-off, I guess.
It is. If you work a different shift or you're not up at 7 a.m., you may have missed it. But if you were up early this morning, you definitely noticed it was cold.
Yeah.
But it's just crisp out there. I mean, it's not really too bad. There's the pretty view from Lake Fairview. You see a couple of passing cumulus clouds out there on this Wednesday afternoon, already the 18th of March. A little bit of a breeze. Got to get a pickleball forecast in here for those of you who play. I always notice the wind more when I do that. Wednesday's a pickleball day. But yeah, you got a little bit of wind out there. A little bit of wind, just a nuisance. But, it's making it feel crisp. It's cool. Probably one of the last cold fronts of this magnitude we're going to get for this season. Temperatures out there right now are in the upper 60s. We talked about yesterday that somebody might touch 70 south of town. We'll see through the afternoon. But the beaches are definitely cool. I don't know about you, but sitting on the water at 61 with the wind off the ocean, it's not exactly, you want to run into the ocean and swim. So for the spring breakers and the vacationers, it's not ideal beach weather. The sun is still out, you still have a good time, but it's definitely kind of a cool day again today. And it's actually really windy on the beaches. We've got really kind of two forecasts, as is often the case. I mean, the winds are 30 miles an hour in Daytona Beach, just 14 in Orlando. So the wind is more than double what it is in Volusia County than compared to Orange County. So it's windy and it's cool and it's not pleasant to be sitting on the sand or the beaches in Daytona, New Smyrna out there right now. Just a teeny chance of a sprinkle tomorrow. That's probably going to be mostly in Brevard County. There could be a passing shower that comes in off the ocean, but candidly, I don't think it's going to result in much. Temperatures statewide are pretty pleasant. Average high this time of the year is up 79, 80. We're nowhere near that. We'll get back to that, I think, in the next couple of days. Wind gusts, again, now 32 in Melbourne, so it is definitely windy, especially on the East Coast beaches. And an interesting flow chart. These are the dew points, and you see those little white things moving. Those are the wind barbs, the streamlines. Notice how the winds are from the north in the Panhandle, where the dew points are in the teens, and it's very dry. You go down towards South Florida, and it's actually quite humid in West Palm and Miami. So we've got kind of a big disparity in terms of how it feels across the state today. But that dry air will retreat back to the north in the next couple of days. So temperatures are going to be cold again for tonight. We're tracking a big heat dome out in the west. That's probably going to stay where it is over the next few days. It's not going to really impact us. But yeah, temperatures are going to be getting back up there. I'm talking about 69 or so Thursday. As you see there, by Sunday and Monday, we're probably going to get back up close to the mid-80s. So it's definitely going to be a lot better for us as we head through the weekend and early next week. But all things considered, there's no major rain, no more frost, no more freeze concerns. We did have some frost this morning in Ocala and Gainesville. But after the storms, Garrett, things are trending a little bit quieter, definitely out there. And we're going to get back into the 80s by the weekend. In terms of major weather systems, don't see really anything for at least a week and a half. Probably pretty quiet. I do think it'll get more active again in the first week or so of April, meaning with thunderstorm chances, but things are pretty much just a steady increase over the next couple of days. Now, I do want to give you a quick update because this is big national news. This is like unbelievable forecast. This is out in Phoenix, just to give you some national headlines. These are the forecast highs over the next few days. Crazy. The average first 100-degree day there is May 2nd, and they've only ever had 100-degree day in March ever. One, historically, in 100 and something years of weather records there. They've only had 100 in March once. They're going to be 101 to 107 for about a week starting today. And they might hit 107 on Saturday. So while we are cool here in the eastern U.S., there are some really historic and really major heat out in the desert southwest of the United States, which again, the weather's all connected. It plays a role into us because that warmth out west is pushing the cold here into the east. So while they're going to be seeing record warmth, we're sitting here wearing puff jackets in the studio. But yeah, that's pretty crazy to be that hot that early out there. It's going to shatter so many records. It's unbelievable. But
107. I mean, that's hard to even fathom.
Which it is that hot there in the summer, as you know. I looked last night. The average first 107 or hotter is like the middle of May.
Gosh.
So for them, that's like unheard of to be that hot this early. So pretty big news out in the west, and that extends into California too. So while we're cold here, really hot out in the west.
We are cold here, and we want to know how folks are feeling about the spring break cool down. So here's our poll. It's fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. How are you feeling about this spring break cool down that we're dealing with right now? You're saying it's a nice break, or are you wishing for that warmth? I would say no matter what, like you told us, Noah, that warmth is going to be coming back, and coming back pretty soon.
Correct, but Garrett, there's other parts of the country where it is spring break and the sun is not out. At least we have the sunshine out here,
That's true.
Being from Connecticut originally, you don't see the sun for like 6 months and you get depressed. So I'd rather take sun in 65 than looking at gray for 5 months. So definitely, I still think we got it better here, but
yeah.
I think wishing for warmth is the right answer here.
I think so too. That's full disclosure what I'm voting for right now. But we want to know how you feel about this. How you feeling? Is it a nice break? Are you wishing for that warmth? I will say the thing about the cool down. At least it wasn't as cold as some of the previous ones that we have seen. So it could have been a lot worse.
Oh yeah, and this has been a really crazy winter. I mean, this will be a winter, Garrett, where we had ice in the theme parks. Remember in that historic cold outbreak?
Yeah.
So I mean, this will be a winter that we remember for a while.
There is no doubt
here.
About that.
Good to see the majority with the wishing for warmth.
I think so. If it is Florida after all, so there's a reason people still live here.
I was reminding Luann though, when I'm sitting here with you doing Florida Live, July 16th, and it's 110. Maybe we'll wish for this again. Who knows?
We'll see. Well, we'll do another poll then and see
Weather
what
is
people
always
say.
about not being in the other season. That's what I tell people.
That's a good point. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Bergen, we appreciate you joining us. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to give you a live look right now. This is Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, who is speaking with reporters right now after coming out of the Fed's latest meeting, where they've announced that the Fed is going to keep interest rates unchanged right now. That is so status quo on that. That was the expected step today, obviously with the Iran war going on and all of that. So the Fed keeping interest rates where they are. The market, this is a live look at the Dow Jones, down today. Doesn't always react positively to the to rates remaining high, and so that is certainly something we are seeing today. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 as well. Today was the first day for new Disney CEO Josh D'Amaro, and in fact, he just a few minutes ago wrapped up his first call with Disney shareholders, where we also heard some more announcements and a little bit more of what the company may look like under the new CEO. So I want to bring in Drew Smith. You know him as Drew the Disney Dude. Drew, I know you just got off listening to that call as well. A lot that came out of it. What stands out to you from hearing from Josh D'Amaro and his kind of opening message to Disney shareholders?
Yeah, this is probably the fastest that I've ever came on air live with you guys. Just after all these announcements, a little bit to set the table here. Bob Iger just stepped down as Disney CEO. Josh D'Amaro took over today because of the shareholders meeting. They wanted Josh D'Amaro to kind of have a fresh slate, go into this meeting having control of the company. And my big takeaway just watching Josh talk was how relaxed and confident he feels in this role. I've known Josh very well from overseeing Disney Parks, Disney Cruise Line, and Disney Consumer Products for nearly the last 6 years. So to see him promoted and still kind of carry that charisma and just being so natural on camera and kind of outline the company's future from still dreaming bold with what they're wanting to do, but also implementing technology with everything. There was a lot of information shared, some fun announcements, but also just kind of how he's approaching as himself as a person.
So what indications did we get from what he had to say on the shareholders call?
Yeah, I just really like his approach, and something that, again, I've talked to it before about you guys, is something that he's really getting into is this Fortnite universe, this digital world. And this was the first major update we've gotten on this Fortnite thing in a long time. And the exact quote he says was that he recently reviewed this project, blown away by the possibilities of the worlds that they're building in this digital world. So I love to hear that. Also some stuff for Disney Cruise Line as well. Disney Cruise Line is going through a massive expansion under his leadership. Now he's even higher up, so he's even more power with Disney Cruise Line, and the next ship debuting in late 2027 is the Disney Believe. This ship is going to follow the storyline of power and possibilities, promise, kind of these characters that believe in themselves. We now know that Encanto, Frozen, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Moana, and The Little Mermaid will be on the ship, and again, late next year. So that one kind of came out of nowhere, but that ship's well under construction right now. And then on the studio side, which I mentioned the studio side because of Dana Walden, she's the new president and chief creative officer. She's overseeing all of Disney Entertainment. So we kind of have this back and forth between Josh leading the company, Dana reporting to him. And we got some big announcements from Josh about the future of the studios. We have Lilo and Stitch 2, the sequel to the Lilo and Stitch live action remake, and Incredibles 3. Lilo and Stitch 2 is May 26th, 2028. And then Incredibles 3 is just a few weeks later in summer of 2028 on June 16th. So those are both going to make $1 billion at the box office easily. And he's kind of getting ahead of the curve, saying these are going to be releasing under my tenure. And he also was talking about Toy Story and Toy Story 5. He just saw Toy Story 5, loved it. They shared a clip of that as well. So there's just so much stuff going on, from the parks to technology to cruise line to movies. There's a ton of growth happening all at once around the entire company.
What do you make of several of those big announcements being made, being rolled out on the first day on the job for the new CEO? That's, I'm sure, no coincidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think he's really just trying to, because again, this is a shareholders meeting, it's the people investing in the company. Yes, I'm watching the call as someone who loves to report on Disney news, but this is really all about the business. And basically their messaging is saying that we're doing all of this so that the company makes more money, like Lilo and Stitch 2, like Incredibles 3, like the Disney Cruise Line. All of it comes back to that return on investment with what they're doing. But I think it really perfectly builds on what Josh his initiative as chairman of the parks, which he just stepped out of, was that $60 billion investment that they announced in late 2023 into Disney Parks and Disney Cruise Line. And I think my takeaway was, I'm still going to do this. I'm not going to disappear as CEO. I'm still very serious about the biggest investment we've ever made in Disney experiences. This is a massive investment, and that $60 billion is going to carry well into 2030 and beyond. So Disney Cruise Line's a part of that. All the expansion at the parks. He talked about the Villains Land coming to Magic Kingdom. That awesome Maleficent roller coaster was still featured in the concept art. There's been a lot of rumors about Villains Land, but they still used that original concept art, which I thought was interesting. Tons of stuff going on at the park. So I think he's really just saying, yes, everything I've done is in motion, and I'm just going to go even stronger now.
So a big first day on the job. How does he keep that rolling throughout moving into the second day and beyond, with a lot of things that are still kind of in the middle of being done?
Yeah, I think that he's off to a fantastic start, and something that I will give Bob Iger credit to is kind of acquiring these companies over time, like Pixar and Marvel, and the Epic Games thing was kind of a back and forth between Josh and Bob, and all that stuff's kind of in motion already because of them working together. And now that Josh has control, you can kind of just run with it. The train's already going 70 miles per hour down the track. Now you're just making the train go 80 miles per hour. So basically, the foundation of the house is set. Now the house just has to be built. And at least for me personally, I think that this team is going to crush it. You have Josh at the top, Dana Walden as Chief Creative Officer, and then you have Thomas Maslam, who we just talked about recently, as Chairman of Disney Experiences. These people have already worked together for years, so it's not like you have any outside hires coming in who kind of have to get to know what Disney is and what Disney is like. They already know what being a Disney leader means. It's just in a new role. And then at D23 this August, that's where those major announcements and updates are going to come. So you can continue it then, just a few months down the road in summer. And then again, I'll mention the Fortnite thing. This Fortnite thing, it's going to be groundbreaking. This will change the entire company. Also today on that call, he teased that the Fortnite universe is going to connect with the entire company. So whatever you do in Fortnite could connect to Disney Plus, Disney Parks, Disney Cruise Line, endless potential and possibilities there. But I think that's how you continue, just by sharing more updates and then doing bigger things down the road in the years ahead.
With the D23 coming up later this year, do you expect more big announcements, huge announcements with the new CEO now in place?
I think that I don't know if we're going to get any major announcements because I feel like we already have a ton of stuff happening. You have 14 new rides at Disney parks around the world, not just Walt Disney World, obviously, just Disneyland, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Paris, and 4 new ships coming to Disney Cruise Line. And then you have Disneyland in Abu Dhabi. So they've already made a ton of big announcements, though I would not be shocked if we get one big shocking announcement for Walt Disney World, kind of like a mic drop moment. Like, well, you've already got new lands and expansions on their way at 3 of our 4 parks, but why don't we do one more big thing and just drop the mic and blow everyone away, give something that the fans have been asking for? At the end of the shareholders meeting today, he actually acknowledged Figment. And for a long time, people have been wanting a new Figment ride at Epcot. So there's potential that he's going to look into that and maybe do something down the road. But I really think that we're going to see a lot of big updates, these concrete details and what we've already gotten, and maybe just one shock announcement as why not, right?
Yeah, why not? And when that happens, we know we will be talking to you all about it. Drew Smith, Drew the Disney Dude for a reason. We appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon and breaking down all this breaking news with us from that Disney shareholders call today.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. And I guess I'll just say, if you guys want more details on everything that was announced, I'll have that stuff out on all of my socials, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube in the days ahead. So even more breakdown and analysis to come.
All right, good stuff, Drew. Thanks. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Live look right now at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. You see the flags waving in the background. This looks like a postcard almost, but it is a live look right now on what has been a busy day on Capitol Hill. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 as well. We listened in earlier to some of the confirmation hearing for the new Department of Homeland Security Secretary. Markwayne Mullin, who's a Republican senator from Oklahoma, was just nominated by President Trump to take the place of Kristi Noem. He does have to be confirmed by the Senate, and today a confirmation hearing with the Senate Homeland Security Committee. Florida's two senators, Rick Scott, Ashley Moody, they both sit on that committee. And if you were with us earlier today, we listened in live on Fox 35 News Plus as Ashley Moody had the chance to speak and ask some questions of Markwayne Mullin. Want to get you now to a little bit ago where Senator Rick Scott had the chance also to ask some questions. Here's how he used that time during that confirmation hearing earlier today.
Senator Mullin, congratulations on your nomination. This is a great honor that you have, and you have a great background. So I know you'll work your butt off in the job like you do everything else. President Trump was elected to secure our border, crack down on sanctuary cities, and keep our country safe. I want to thank the president for his leadership and Secretary Noem's help. Incredible progress has been made. Our streets are safer, our borders respected, and the jobs we've created are going to people in this country legally. Now, as a result of the Democrats' partial shutdown, in the fourth week, TSA agents are not getting paid. Everybody in the Senate's getting paid. I've had a bill since I got up here. If we don't pass budgets, we shouldn't get paid. I've had one of my Democrat colleagues say, oh, I've got a mortgage. I have to get paid. Well, think about all these people. TSA agents are not getting paid. Airlines or airport lines are in gridlock. We got FEMA grants stalling. Coast Guard counterterrorism operations are shrinking amid rising Iranian threats to our homeland. My understanding is ICE agents are getting paid, but not ICE leadership is necessarily getting paid. Last week, two terrorists boldly and hatefully attacked our citizens right here on our home soil, killing at least one person. The president's decision to stop the nuclear weapons and the ballistic missiles was a reason. What he's doing is making sure we don't get these attacks on our soil. It was only as a result of brave actions of a class of future military officers, citizens, and law enforcement that stopped these tragedies. They could have been massacres. Still, even as Americans are losing their lives, my Democrat colleagues are refusing to fund DHS and give them what they need to uncover and stop plots like these and protect the lives of our families and neighbors. It seems like that's our job up here. So, Senator Mullin, how do you view Senate Democrats recklessly holding DHS funds hostage at the expense of our national security interests amid threats from Iran and its proxies?
Senator, it's unconscionable. How can you sit there with a straight face and say that we're trying to take care of the American worker when you're choosing to not pay 260,000 people and you're affecting their families? We've heard the stories of families having to stand in charitable lines for basic needs or getting a loan. And like I said, this isn't the first time. We're a month into this. They just came out of a 43-day shutdown that they were probably just recovering from. And yet we're still going to sit there with a straight face and say it's not about politics?
So in sanctuary cities, local authorities can decline ICE detainers, which means that criminals are released back into the community rather than transferred safely.
Senator Rick Scott speaking earlier on Capitol Hill. Meanwhile, we're seeing the procession arrive carrying the body of fallen Major Cody Khork. We're going to go ahead and listen in here to this arrival. You see the number of folks standing along the side of the road with flags. We're going to go ahead and listen in as this goes on outside Oak Ridge Funeral Home in Polk County. our photographer there repositioning as this procession continues, because there are dozens and dozens of law enforcement officers who provided that escort. The 30-plus miles from Lakeland Linter International Airport outside Lakeland to Haines City, where this funeral home is located. Going to be a memorial service this weekend, and then Cody Khork, the fallen U.S. Army Reserves Major, going to be laid to rest on Monday in the Florida National Cemetery. Here's another live look right now. We're waiting for this to continue. We're going to take our final break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back with more coverage after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. We are continuing to watch this procession roll in, carrying the body of Major Cody Khork, and just so many veterans, law enforcement officers, military that are escorting him and have escorted his body from the airport to the funeral home where you are looking live right now, Oak Ridge Funeral Home in Haines City. We're just going to go ahead and listen in for a few more minutes here while we have some time left together and listen in at this somber scene in Polk County. You see a number of salutes, American flags, just so many paying their final respects to the service member from Polk County who was killed in Kuwait. Let's go ahead and listen in. family members and loved ones at this solemn homecoming service for U.S. Army Reserve Major Cody Khork. 35 years old, Polk County native, killed in the line of duty while serving in the Middle East. So many escorting his body from the airport to the funeral home here. We are awaiting the removal of his casket from that hearse. We're going to continue our live coverage on Fox 35 News Plus, on Fox Local. We're out of time here on Florida Live, but we will continue streaming this service and this ceremony on our live stream. So thanks for joining us today. The body of Major Cody Khork has been taken inside the funeral home, where he will have accompaniment around the clock, will continue to, as we know he has per protocol following the death of a U.S. service member. They are certainly not alone ever since they pass until the time they are laid to rest. And we know that burial scheduled to happen Monday in Sumter County at the Bushnell National Cemetery there. So a memorial service this weekend before his burial on Monday. Again, Major Khork, 35 years old, served multiple international deployments, and so many in the community showing up today to pay their final respect to him. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to go ahead and get you to this news conference where Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell talking about the decision to leave interest rates unchanged amid the uncertainty that's coming from the war in Iran. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And it's pretty clear that none of us know what the extent of the tariff shock will be as the administration moves to replace some of the tariffs that were overturned. So I suppose I'm curious, what would make you question this certainty that tariffs are going to be a one-time price effect?
Well, I would not at all use the word certain about my views on that. I'm not certain. I'm uncertain. But just if you think about what it is, it's a one-time increase in the price of a good, right? And what inflation is ongoing increases in prices this year, next year, the year after. That's what inflation is. It's not a one-time price increase. There's a very, very big difference. The public doesn't really focus on that, but that's the difference. And tariffs should be in theory, unless they cause people to start expecting still more tariffs the next year and still more tariffs the next year. They should be a classic one-time thing. People say the same thing traditionally about an energy price spike, because traditionally prices go up and they come back down. And by the time monetary policy would react, it would be over. So I don't have tons of confidence on that. I think that the theory is probably right, but as usual, the time it takes to get all the way through the economy is just very uncertain. And we found that coming out of COVID, that the inflation did go away, and largely for the reasons we thought it would, but it took 2 years longer than we thought. So I think we have to be humble about knowing how long it will take for tariffs to go all the way through the economy. And so what we've been doing, as our staff's been doing, it's very interesting. they started off with just an estimate because there wasn't a real history, and then they've built, based on the history that they're seeing of tariffs coming through into prices, they can now have an arc, and for all the tariffs they can say, well, so we have, I think, a slightly more confidence that we will see tariff inflation coming down, not prices, but you won't see further increases, and we should start seeing that more and more in the middle parts of the year. We do expect that. Now, you're also right, though, that the level of tariffs came down fairly meaningfully in the wake of the court decision. But the administration has said they're going to get that rate right back up to where it was. So, and we assume that they'll do that over time. So that's how we think about it.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. You talked about the shortcomings of the SCP in this environment. I wanted to ask about, or throw in an additional thing, which is the fact that it's happening before transition. Is there still some value, perhaps, in the public knowing what other Fed officials are thinking, the ones who will stay on for the rest of the year and beyond? And does that even handicap your successor in any way? Well, just in terms of having a whole committee expressing its views, is that something that locks them in for the rest of the year?
No. We never. The SEP is never. People are more than happy to change their SEP dots. They're no way bound by them. It's your opinion at a moment in time, which can change based on events. Sometimes very quickly. So it never locks people in. People are more than happy to be proven wrong in either direction. And so I just think we do it. And, I mentioned this was a time when it's very hard to do it. During the pandemic, we actually took one meeting off, I think. But we don't like to do that just because it's hard to do. We should just keep doing it. But I just would say for this one, though, I think it's even more than usual good to take the forecast with a grain of salt because subject to just very high levels of uncertainty.
Hi, Chair Powell. Brian Chung with NBC News. So you mentioned at the beginning of this conversation that you're well aware of the history of inflation running above target. It seems like that might be what's underpinning the affordability problem that we're hearing a lot about on Main Street. Are there any signs to you that that's impacting the psychology of the consumer, especially given that they're a big driver of overall economic activity?
I'm not sure what that's all about, but I'll tell you what I think and what we see in surveys, and that is, there were big price increases all around the world, by the way, everywhere in countries like the United States had basically the same kind of thing. It was a global inflation coming out of the pandemic, and everywhere people are feeling like real wages have been going up in the United States now for 3 years, roughly. But people are not feeling good about it yet, and it will take some years of positive, real earning gains for people to feel good again, we think. But you're right. But when you talk to people, they do feel squeezed, and there are areas where prices are still going up, like insurance. Various different kinds of insurance are getting more and more expensive, and that's just catching up really from inflationary pressures that take a while to get to into the price. So we take it very seriously. We don't dismiss it at all. It's a very real thing from the standpoint of what people are experiencing, and what it does for us is, makes us even more committed, if that's possible, to getting inflation back to 2% on a sustained basis.
How does the Fed's independence play into the ability to address affordability?
Well, independence is what allows us to do our jobs, and stable prices is half of our mandate. It's one of our two mandates, maximum employment being the other. I mean, look at every advanced economy that looks anything like the United States anywhere in the world, in a market economy, in a democracy, and you'll see, pretty much central bank independence that looks a lot like, in some cases, stronger than what we have. But it's critical that we have that so that we can do the things when we need to do them to preserve price stability. And it's an accepted standard practice, and I think has a lot of support, certainly in Congress, which is where our oversight is in Congress. And you see that among Democrats and Republicans in the House and the Senate.
Hi, Chair Powell. Richard Escobedo at CBS News. Thanks for doing this. Two questions. One, how high would oil prices and broader inflation have to go, and for how long, for the committee to consider hiking rates? And then secondly, diesel prices are rising faster than gas prices. How concerned are you that the increase in diesel might drive up food and goods prices and lead to broader inflation?
Yeah, I'm not going to give you an example or specific answer on the first question. You know, we're prepared to do what needs to be done, but I wouldn't want to hypothesize about what that might be. You know, in terms of diesel prices. So your question there is, are we concerned about it? I mean,
how concerned, and whether or not it will drive up, you know, the cost of food and other goods that really rely on it to.
So I think it's a more general concern than that. It's diesel prices because that's transportation of food and things like that. There are just lots of ways that oil and derivatives of oil get into the production and transportation of many things. So, and those, there are big effects in headline inflation, but things like that leak into core as well. And the effects may not be as big, but they're quite real and they're material. So we are aware of that, and we're watching it. But you know, we're right at the beginning of this, and we don't know how big we just don't know how big this will be and how long it lasts. You know, it may or may not be something that really makes a big imprint on the U.S. economy. We're just going to have to wait and see.
Thank you.
Archie, for the last question.
Thanks very much. Just to sort of stare into the future for a little bit, I was looking at the longer run bits of the SEP and noticed that the growth estimate had been revised up a good chunk from 1.8 to 2, and the kind of long-term Fed funds rate as well. It'd be great just to hear, is that AI productivity or what's going on there exactly?
Yeah, I think it's just productivity. You know, we actually started seeing meaningfully higher productivity some years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and that's not because of, you know, generative AI. We won't know for years what it's really due to. But it could be due to the kind of things that people did during the pandemic to economize and somehow become more productive because there was an incredible labor shortage. But I think economic forecasters are very skeptical of periods of high productivity because they're so rare and they're often revised away. And for many of us, I never thought I'd see this many years of really high productivity, and by the way, expect it to continue. And we haven't really started to see the effects of generative AI, and that should certainly contribute to that. So it's quite unusual, and it's this is the higher productivity is the thing that allows incomes to rise over time, and so it's a great thing. Was that your question?
Yeah, no, I was just curious what lay behind that, and just briefly on that as well to finish up. You hear the argument a lot, this is a sort of disinflationary story, and if you believe that productivity thing, that should also weigh down on inflation over time, maybe then kind of pull down where rates end up. Do you kind of agree with that line of thinking, or do you think that's not how you should think about where the rates
I think you have to be cautious about that, in particular if you're talking about AI, about generative AI. So remember, in the short term, what's happening is we're building data centers everywhere, and that's actually putting pressure on all kinds of goods and services that go into building these things. So that's actually probably pushing inflation up at the margin. In addition, it probably raises the neutral rate. So in the near term, you're not looking at something that would immediately call for lower rates or that would be lowering inflation. Over time, though, sure, it can be if it's expanding potential output, which is what higher productivity does, then it actually can be. But I think it's an empirical question because it's really what is the demand growing faster or slower than the supply side, and I think we just don't know that answer ex ante going in. We'll just have to wait and see. Thank you very much.
Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking to reporters after the Fed announcing a decision to leave rates unchanged right now amid some of the uncertainty from the war in Iran. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us. March Madness is really underway with the two first four games being played last night, and now many more games to go on what is such a fun time of year. We're keeping a close eye on some of the Florida teams that have made the tournament, 4 of them. We talked earlier this week about the Florida Gators, the 1 seed, and their chance to repeat as national champions. We're also keeping an eye on the team from South Florida, and that would be the Miami Hurricanes, who are heading to St. Louis, where they will play 10-seed Missouri. I had the chance to speak with Patrick Previty from Canes Warning, and he spoke with us about what we should expect, what we should watch for with this Miami Hurricanes team in the tournament. We know there was a lot of talk about the other Miami when it came to the tournament, but we want to know about the Hurricanes here. Talk with us about what you make of their draw and the work ahead of them.
Well, obviously, great season so far for the Miami Hurricanes with Jay Lucas and everything that he's done to turn this program around, go through a major reset. But it makes sense. All of the Miami fans and a lot of people definitely pointed out the fact that they're going to have to go to St. Louis to play Missouri. And that's a major disadvantage. And there's rightfully so plenty of Miami Hurricanes fans who are mad about that. But Jay Lucas, I think, is going to have to get his team ready, make sure that they can play good basketball that is essentially going to be able to withstand a true road game in the round of 64. It's not a great draw for them, but 7 to 10 matchups are usually a toss-up anyway. So as long as they could just keep their focus on what they do well, they should be able to still come out of this with a win.
Yeah, Miami opening up as the 2.5-point favorite. But like you said, there are some tough things there. Playing in St. Louis against a Missouri team that not only is going to effectively have a home game, but not going to have to really travel or anything like that. So what are the Hurricanes going to have to do to kind of overcome some of that in, like you said, a matchup with the 7 and 10s that typically are toss-ups?
Yeah, so just in general for these tournament games, you're definitely going to want to shoot the ball well from deep, or at least try to make sure that you don't go cold, or you're going to also have to be able to shoot well from the free throw line. Both of those things for Miami, they're not particularly great at. They make 6 threes a game this year, and from the free throw line, they shoot 8.5%. They've been better at the free throw line as of late, but that's their identity is getting to the paint, getting easy buckets, but they are going to have to keep the Missouri defense honest. Essentially, Missouri is a spitting image of Miami in certain aspects, such as physicality and the way that they shoot the three and defend the three and shoot from the line. But if they let this game if they let Miami or if they let Missouri go on any sort of runs in this game, whether they go cold from deep or they're not able to make some free throws down the stretch or at the end of the first half, that could be some major trouble. They're just going to have to make sure that they keep that Missouri defense honest and they can play their game. They're very physical, but they're still more talented than this Missouri team. If they can just not go 1 of 11 or start the game 1 of 11 like they did against Virginia, or go 4 of 20 like they did against Virginia in their most recent game, then they should be able to play the game that they want. They'll be a lot better off for it.
What do you think is the ceiling for this Hurricanes team in the tournament?
I would say Sweet 16, just because of the things that I've mentioned with the free throws. I like their players and their top tier players, Malik Renew, Trey Donaldson, True Washington. These guys are really good, but getting past the Sweet 16, in my opinion, would be a little bit much, just because you're running into some buzzsaws. And they've got some good wins against Louisville and USC. But overall, I don't know if I see them truly competing with some of those top teams that you might end up running into in the Sweet 16. But overall, I think that this team is very good. They should be able to take care of Missouri. But past the round of 64, nothing is guaranteed. I'd say Sweet 16 is probably the ceiling.
Who do you think would be the tougher matchups for them along that way to get there?
Well, I mean, you draw any 2 seed. I think that's an extremely tough bout for any of the teams that are in the 7 and 10 slot. I would say for Miami, they don't want to get too ahead of themselves though, because this truly has been one of the better years that they've had in recent memory. I know they went to the Final Four in 2023, but just this turnaround in general, I think they're not going to want to focus on that. So I think just as long as they can keep an eye on what they do well, they don't want to get too far ahead of themselves, but definitely any sort of draws that they have with teams that can shoot the ball well and run Miami potentially off out of the paint, and they can pack the paint. They're super physical, or they rebound well. Those are teams that Miami just definitely does not want to play, at least right now, how this team is currently constructed.
Yeah, let's talk big picture, because how important is this season and some of that success that they have had, and hopefully more success in the upcoming tournament. How far does this go toward rebuilding this Hurricanes basketball program?
Well, I think it's just you want to make sure that you keep Jay Lucas in-house for as long as you possibly can now, because this turnaround, they're doing this entire season here with 13 new players, pretty much a completely new staff. He has set a culture, a foundation that has taken this program into the next wave of college athletics, taken what Jim Larrañaga has built and was able to bring it to where we see now. In the future, as I mentioned, I was kind of, pushing back on how far this team could get, or looking at any other matchups past Missouri. That is definitely where this team is going to be next year. If they can just continue to build off of what they have, this team could be a perennial ACC team under Jay Lucas. That is truly where they are standing after seeing what they were able to do in this turnaround this year.
So what do you want to see from the Hurricanes going forward in this tournament?
I would say, as long as the moment isn't too big, as long as he has his team ready and willing to be able to take on the challenge that it is a true road game in an NCAA tournament, and they fixed some of the things that they had against Virginia that really did them in that final game. They didn't turn the ball over a ton in that game, but as long as they keep but that was something that they had an issue with this season. If they can just take care of the ball, they don't look like they're overwhelmed. This looks like a team that feels like they belong, even though they just haven't played this type of basketball pretty much for all the entire year outside of the ACC tournament. If they look like they're a team that belongs, I think that is certainly enough. And then obviously they certainly want to move on to the round of 32 and beyond.
Patrick Preverty's site editor with Canes Warning. We appreciate you joining us, and thanks for talking Canes basketball with us today.
Thank you for having me.
It is certainly a fun time of year when you're talking about the March Madness, the basketball tournament. So make sure you finish those drafts, or those brackets rather, because that has to be done by about 12:15 tomorrow. I think that's when the first game tips off. Those first round games Thursday and Friday, and so 12:15 when a lot of those brackets lock on those websites and for whatever tournament pools you may be part of. So I've got a lot of work on my bracket to do tonight, that's for sure. Maybe we'll talk a little bit more about that tomorrow as well, and we'll be keeping a close eye, obviously, on all of those Florida teams that are part of the tournament as well. Well, thanks for joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus. I know it's been a busy day. 4.5 hours of live stream that we're wrapping up here, starting with the Pulse demolition this morning that we had extended coverage on, and then a lot of coverage this afternoon on the procession of Cody Khork, who is now back home in Polk County and going to be laid to rest in a national cemetery in Sumter County coming up on Monday. So we're going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team. They've got Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up next right here on Fox Local. We've got the 407 and your 5 o'clock news after that. So thanks for joining us. I'll see you.